never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. The death toll continues to rise in that Canadian tragedy. Police in Canada now say at least 11 people are dead after a car plowed into a crowded street festival in Vancouver. Investigators say dozens of others were also injured when a black SUV sped into a packed celebration at a Filipino block party. Authorities say a 30-year-old Vancouver man with a history of mental illness has been arrested for the attack. Been a deadly weekend in the southwestern United States. Flash flooding in southwest Oklahoma has killed at least one person. Authorities are warning the public to stay off the roads as severe weather warnings continue. Lawton, Oklahoma Police Department say emergency responders witnessed a car dive into standing water but were not able to reach the submerged vehicles. Officials said Saturday investigators are looking into that case. Meanwhile, in Houston, Texas police say a mother and her infant are dead after their car plunged into a river. Police say the incident happened Friday night near the Houston shipping channel and that a woman and infant were pulled from the car, pronounced dead at the scene. Officials say two other small children were standing on top of the car when a witness rescued them. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine needs to happen soon. Rubio told NBC's Meet the Press the U.S. may decide this week whether it will continue to be involved in a peace process. He said President Trump has helped bring the two sides closer than they have been in years to a deal, but it still has a ways to go.
Well, I think they're closer in general than they've been any time in the last 3 years, but it's still not there.
Rubio says the U.S. is reluctant to impose sanctions or other consequences on the parties involved because it could jeopardize the deal.
There are reasons to be optimistic, but there are reasons to be realistic, of course, as well. We're close, but we're not close enough.
Meanwhile, President Donald Trump is questioning whether Russian President Putin actually wants a peace deal with the Ukraine. He made a social media post criticizing the recent Russian airstrikes. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
A large-scale DEA raid resulted in more than 100 arrests at an illegal Colorado Springs nightclub overnight. DEA Special Agent in Charge Jonathan Pullen says undocumented immigrants and active duty service members were among those detained.
It's obviously concerning to have active duty military involved. We're working with our partners at Army CID on that piece.
Pullen said the cops found pink cocaine and other drugs along with weapons and evidence of prostitution at the underground nightclub.
We seized a number of guns in there. We had active duty service members who were running security at the club and involved in some of these crimes. We had over 100 illegal aliens inside as well, and those over 100 illegal aliens were taken into custody by ICE.
The USDA is warning Mexico it will stop animal imports into the U.S. out of concern over a flesh-eating parasite.
The warning to Mexican officials is contained in a letter from Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins. It describes concerns about the possible spread of the flesh-eating screwworm, a type of fly larva that targets fresh wounds in warm-blooded animals, including cattle, bison, and horses. Rollins says in her letter any imports from Mexico will be prohibited to protect U.S. agriculture interests if they fail to combat the spread of the insect. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotshotSecret.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Time once again. Just like that. You gotta be kidding me. A weekend is in the books. All right, crossing over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We'll get a brand new day and kick off a brand new week. Ready for a Monday. Yeah, I know. Here it is, 28th day of April. Trust you had a good weekend. So here we go. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Looking at mostly clear skies outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio tonight. Little cool, 53 degrees. We'll take it. All right, let's take a look at our travelers' weather. Hey, we have some issues tonight. And what looks to be a very active day for a Monday here. Strong storms, tornado outbreak in the forecast later Monday afternoon, kind of centered on portions of southern Minnesota, much of Iowa. Good chunks of southern and central Wisconsin is kind of in the highlighted zone. Yeah, they're saying a moderate risk. That's level 4 out of 5. For strong storms, very, very large hail. Now, as we speak at this hour, the action is primarily back into portions of South Dakota, Nebraska, eastern Montana. We've seen some strong storms impacting parts of Nebraska. There have been several long-track tornadoes through Sunday evening. Matter of fact, here just a few minutes ago, there's one particular cell that's been radar-indicated rotation, which has now been upgraded to a confirmed tornado located near Merritt Reservoir. This is north-central portions of Nebraska. Storm moving northeast at 20 miles per hour, but again confirmed. This tornadic thunderstorm remains mostly over rural areas of north-central Cherry County. All right, so again, north-central Nebraska, they've got Highway 20 between the 170 and 195 being impacted by this. Highway 97 between the 109 and 137 mile marker. Highway 83 between the 215 and 222. Again, this is a confirmed tornado there in north-central Nebraska. As we roll through the overnight hours and kick off a brand new week, we're going to be talking kind of a daily risk of severe weather continuing over the nation's heartland here in the final days of April and probably into the early days of May, featuring storms with very large hail. Now, the threat is going to actually peak here Monday afternoon and Monday night in the upper Midwest. AccuWeather severe weather experts warning there is a rare high risk for severe storms, complete with the potential of an outbreak of large destructive tornadoes. This daily onslaught of severe weather has actually been going on for days now in the western high plains. We've seen daily reports of monster hail, damaging wind, and tornadoes dating back to last Thursday. As we wrap up the weekend here, we're going to feature more of the same in this region, kind of extended from near the Mexico border to near the Canadian border. Deadly hailstones as large as softballs. We're talking 4 inches in diameter, wind gusts over 60 miles per hour, and an isolated tornado or two during the overnight hours, wrapping up the weekend. Sunday night severe weather threat finally kind of marks an end to the seemingly relentless damaging storms here in the central and south central U.S. Everything kind of moves a bit further north for our Monday. As this storm pushes across the plains into the warm, more humid air in place over the Midwest, Mother Nature's fireworks will commence once again Monday afternoon, warning that Monday could be one of the most active days of severe weather we've seen so far this season. A high risk for severe weather in place later today. Strong thunderstorms are going to be enhanced by a fast-moving jet stream. That's going to lend support for the potential for a few intense tornadoes across the region. The region most at risk will include millions and stretches from Iowa to southeast Minnesota and southwestern Wisconsin. So some of our major metropolitan areas, Des Moines, Iowa, the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. Travel by air and by road will be impacted by these storms. Some of these tornadoes expected to spawn later today could be the long-lived tornadoes. This is going to pose a serious risk, particularly for those that develop after dark. More difficult to detect and more difficult to prepare for. So they're already advising residents and businesses in the region, especially in that high-risk area, have a plan in place should a warning be issued, especially after dark. Now, not only will these thunderstorms be capable of producing tornadoes, but also large hail and widespread damaging winds from Minnesota and Wisconsin through Iowa and south into northern Missouri. While the severe weather and tornado threat begins to wane late Monday night, storms could reach close to Chicago by the early morning hours of Tuesday. Now, regardless of their severity by that point, downpours is going to slow the morning commute. But Monday's potential outbreak will not mark the end of this current episode of severe weather. That risk will shift a bit further to the east and south by Tuesday through Thursday, impacting millions more. Tuesday, along and ahead of that cold front, the prospect for damaging winds will extend as far east as the Ohio Valley and the interior northeast. So from Buffalo, New York to Cincinnati, Cleveland, Detroit, Pittsburgh, among some of the cities will experience the risk, if only for a day. But meanwhile, an area that's been no stranger to feisty storms as of late, stretching from western and northern Texas into Oklahoma. You may get back into the action again into Tuesday night. Now, the risk for tornadoes will be lower compared to later today and Monday night, but storms will still pack a punch once again. More hail, flooding, downpours, and those gusty winds. Yet more days of severe weather could unfold Wednesday and Thursday from the heart of Texas, northward into Oklahoma, eastward into parts of Arkansas and Louisiana. That'll be the risk for strong storms come midweek as that frontal boundary kind of settles over the region there. That'll be the focal point for thunderstorm formation at that point in time. Looks like by Thursday, the risk will again shift further east, closer to the Tennessee and Ohio River valleys. For those folks that are weary of dealing with nearly daily doses of severe thunderstorms, better days are ahead in early May. It looks like a quieter pattern is expected to take hold. The risk for damage in storms will not be zero, but it's going to be much lower. Just maybe a few gusty, drenching storms shifting toward the East Coast by Friday. We're rolling into the month of May this week. We're down to the waning days, as I say, turning the page on the calendar. 28th day of April is underway. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, ready or not, it must be the greatest day of the week. Hello, Captain Ron.
Morning. It's the greatest day of the week.
Here we
Ready
are.
or not.
Just like that, it's here again.
It sure is. It's amazing how it comes around so fast. I don't think, you get May flowers, but I don't know if Florida's going to get any May flowers. We haven't had no April showers.
Mm-hmm.
Still.
So
anyway,
so how was your weekend? Get anything interesting over the weekend?
Yeah, I had a little bit of news. That colonoscopy that I had done, that was a follow-up on one that I had done earlier, and they couldn't get one of the polyps because it was too large.
Uh-huh.
I think they were treating it as a cancerous growth, but the results came back for negative for, what they call it. I can't remember. Invasive carcinogen or something like that. I can't remember what they call it.
Okay.
I wish I knew the word for it. For negative for invasive carcinoma. That's it, carcinoma.
Now, that would be good news.
Which I guess is cancer.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good news. But I guess that's why they needed me to go directly to the hospital in case it, was worse than they thought. Or
right.
whatever. So anyway, that was some good news. And then I've been having trouble with my car. I took it in for an oil change and rotate the tires. Well, they ruined the engine.
I remember.
Put another one in, and now I've been chasing all of these other problems. And when I backed out from church this morning, I looked under it, and I've got another dinner plate oil leak under it again.
Oh, nice.
So I took it to that shop. Yeah. So they think now it's the rear main. I had the front main changed, 3 weeks ago or something like that. But I was talking to the manager, and I said, when are we just going to stop all of this and put a reman engine in? He said, I've been wondering the same thing for a while. Yeah, they had to pay the mechanic like $30 on 30 hours to replace the engine, and they didn't get any money from me to replace the engine, so it was out of their pocket.
Correct.
And all these other jobs that they've been doing, 1,000 here, 2,000 there. I don't know what they're going to have to separate the engine and transmission to get to the rear main now. They said something might be wrong with the turbo. So I don't know. I guess I'll be back in a rental car again while they're doing that. And they just keep. He says it's like we're doing the maintenance on your car. You know, you drive it, and we're responsible for all the repairs.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, kind of you are. You should have put a reman engine in and started off. Then you wouldn't be going through all this. But anyway, so that's where that at. I saw on the internet where, you know, the show's American Pickers. Remember that show?
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, it said that they're closing down their Nashville store that they opened up, I don't know, a few years ago, I think it was. They're going to keep the other one, the other store open, though, from what they said. I haven't really watched it since the one guy passed away. I doubt it would be as good. But, you know, that's all that's about all I've got for the night, other than Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Truck and Phil. I think he'll be back tonight, right? Today?
Yes, 28. That is correct.
I think he was supposed to come back today. But shout out to all my Uncle Sam's misguided children too. So that's all I got. I appreciate you taking my call, and I'll be listening on the app.
Well, as always, thanks for getting us started here, kicking off the greatest day of the week. Captain Ron. All right, well, what do we have here? I guess word comes down this past day. Yeah, President Trump making clear he will not follow his predecessor's practice of recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day alongside Columbus Day come October, accusing the Democrats of denigrating the explorer's legacy, pressing his campaign to restore what he argues are traditional American icons. Joe Biden was the first president to mark Indigenous Peoples Day. Recall, he issued the proclamation in 2021, celebrating the invaluable contributions and resilience of Indigenous people. Yeah, noting that America was conceived on a promise of equality and opportunity for all people. But that promise we've never fully lived up to. So Trump, on Sunday, using his social media post to declare, "I am bringing Columbus Day back from the ashes." Democrats did everything possible to destroy Christopher Columbus, his reputation, and all the Italians that love him so much. That's the second Monday in October. Yes, the greatest day of the week. It's a holiday. It was still known as Columbus Day during Biden's term, but also as Indigenous Peoples Day. All right. Holiday Trump is going to restore. It'll just be Columbus Day. 25 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. I do believe that could be possibly. Are you with me? Hello?
Yeah, I'm with you.
There he is. Hello, Big Head.
Tend to lose. What do you know, Steve?
It's been a while. I mean, I've been thinking about you. What's been happening?
Well, I went home for Easter and spent 4 days at home at Easter, and then went and made my delivery Monday, and the truck broke down. So the truck had been in the shop all week. It was going to break down. I couldn't pick a better place because it was just 20 miles from the house. So left it at International and went home. And was home all week. And then got back out here this afternoon. And going to try to roll a few miles for the next 3 weeks before I have to go home and do that colonoscopy.
Ah, okay.
So I kind of got an improvised, which, I got paid for being broke down. I get paid every day. So, with that said, I kind of got an unplanned vacation, and I enjoyed the heck out of it.
Not bad.
I had went riding on my motorcycle there Friday, and I posted a video. You probably, I don't know if you've seen it or not, where I was sitting there on my motorcycle, and then darned it. When I left, I got about a mile down the road, and I didn't have my phone in the cradle very tight. Hit a bump, and it bounced out of the cradle, and I run right over the top of it.
Uh-oh.
And I murdered that dang phone. And so I lost all my contacts. So if you got my number, please text me your number with your name so I can put it back in my phone. I mean, don't call me or I'm liable to get 100 calls, you know.
Right.
Like, you know, I was visiting with Grump, and then boom. Grump probably thinks I'm heard because his last message I hadn't even replied to it, you know. So if you hear my voice and you got my number, please text me your number and with your name, which Renegade, I think I've got your number still, but you might go ahead and text me. So that way I can build my contacts back up, and this time I'm gonna get a little smart, and I'm gonna give me a tablet, and I'm gonna write everybody's numbers down. That's what I get for being a dummy.
Starting from scratch, right? Okay, well, yeah, hold the thought there, Ed. We're kicking off a Monday, the greatest day of the week. We got to get a news break, though. It is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine needs to happen soon. Rubio told NBC's Meet the Press that the U.S. may decide this week whether it will continue to mediate the peace process.
We have to make a determination about whether this is an endeavor that we want to continue to be involved in.
He went on to say that President Trump was helping bring the two sides closer than they've ever been, but there's still a ways to go. Rubio says the U.S. is reluctant to impose sanctions or other consequences on the parties involved because it could jeopardize the deal. The White House has requested the Supreme Court help with the administration's transgender military ban.
It requested the High Court lift an injunction which blocked the ban on openly transgender military service members. The White House says the injunction from the lower court usurps the authority of the president as commander-in-chief. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, closing out the weekend. It's back to work. Back to the old grind, as they say. And that's where Big Ez is. Back to work.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I was ready to get out of there and get back out here. I enjoy being out here when I'm out here. But you know, you don't, at least I do. Man, if I don't have my phone, I'm dead in the water. You know, I remember back in the day when Glenda and I used to go to L.A., we had a big old thick map of L.A. and get the directions, and because we was in L.A. every week, and, you know, find where it is we were supposed to pick up or deliver to, and where we got to where we knew Phoenix, you know, you learn them roads and what part of the city you needed to be in and based on the address. And then, because now, my phone, you know, which naturally I got your show on it. I do my banking, my insurances, you know, it's easier to have my load planner just shoot me the numbers on my load, and then when I get my bills, I always look them up on maps, which I don't use maps to direct me in. I just get an eagle-eye view of what I'm going into, and then I pretty well old-fashioned way route my way in to wherever it is I'm delivering to, and then I get to where I deliver the same places, and I know automatically what I need to do.
Mm-hmm.
But without this damn phone, man, I'm dead in the water. It's just like my payroll. I got an app for that where I can, every week I can look and make sure that they paid me my correct miles. And then I got an app if I want to pull up and see where my taxes are. So, you know, technology has made life easy on all of it. At least it has for me. I'm assuming you feel the same way.
Mm-hmm.
then, but I'll go into AT&T, and they didn't have the phone that I had. I said, well, you can go down to here another block at another one of our stores and see if they can fix it. And I said, look, as badly damaged as this is, I don't think they're going to be able to fix it. I'm not in the mood to go over and sit in line for 2 hours. I said, let's either give me what you got, or we'll downgrade it another below what I've got. And he said, well, go over to Best Buy. I said, well, what the hell's Best Buy got to do with this? He said, well, a lot of our phones now are selling through Best Buy. Well, AT&T, why don't you just carry your dang phone? Why should I have to go through a third party? That's aggravating as heck. So now, they're sitting there scratching each other's back. He said, no, you just go over there, and if they got it, get it, and just pay the taxes, and we will bill you for it. And then when I went over to Best Buy, the guy kind of got hateful. He said, well, you ain't going to buy it through us? No, I'm not. But I do have a credit card for Best Buy. I said, I'm not buying it through you. I said, you got it? I'll pay the taxes. I'll take it back to AT&T. Well, he said, we don't have it, but it'll take us 3 weeks to get it. And I said, well, I don't have 3 weeks. All I've got today. I got to have a phone when I leave out here. So I still owed $400 on my old phone. So I paid that off, and then paid some on this new phone. So I ended up spending $600 on damn telephone service. So I wasn't planning on spending $600 on telephones. These dang phones are expensive.
Yes.
But you got people trading them suckers in every 6 months. I don't think you can buy a good cell phone for less than $1,000 unless you got them Walmart poor boy specials like yourself. That's a dig it.
I get you.
Steve, I've got an idea, and I'm going to throw it out there. And what got me thinking about it was, number one, Doc Holliday don't hardly ever call in. We ought to sell his damn name. But with Monkey Gouger getting ready to retire, I'm assuming, based on what I'm picking up. And, as long as we're alive, this program's brought a lot to a bunch of us, And I think Horse Feathers does a good job about trying to raise money for Make-A-Wish. Now, we got a younger generation coming on, Steve. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. We got some real good names of people that have been deceased for better than a year. Okay, they've been gone. Such as a Bullwinkle, such as a Trainwreck, such as Stormy, such as Yoda. Just to name a few of our old friends that are gone. They had good call-in names. That was their CB handles. And just because, it's a lot. Okay, let's use me, for example. If I check out, you get a call and Big Ed's gone. And I expect you to cry, But, come on, Steve, you're going to have to speak up.
Are you with me?
Are you not with me? Yeah. All right. And anyway, let's say you get a call and I've checked out. Well, after a year is long enough, well, throw my name out there. They ain't gonna need my name down with me. Because I'm sure there's other guys out there by the name of Ed, or somebody who wants to use the name Big Ed. It's like when Doc died. Sorry, Doc, when you die, pal, and if I'm alive, we're gonna auction off your damn name. Because it's a unique radio name. All right? So to me, I'm gonna compile a list of a lot of our friends that were great callers, great people, such as Maniac, raised so much money for Special Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that old sorry? You had two bandits. You had a Michigan bandit, and then you had that old asshole bandit. You remember him?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's still alive. But, I don't hope nobody's dead, but he was the biggest time man there was. Then you got Elvis,
Yeah.
He's been gone a couple of years.
Yep.
So I think I'm going to make up a list, give him the horse feathers, and then what I would like to see a horse feather do, if he thinks it's a good idea, say, okay, you donate $100 to make a wish, and we will assign you the name of your choice. And then when you call into the show, you can be a Yoda, you can be Elvis, it's Doc Holliday that's still alive, or you can be a Doc Holliday, or you can be a Big Ed, or Monkey Guy to retire, and after a year we throw dirt on him, you can be a Monkey Guy. You see where I'm going with this? I think it would be a good idea to bring some of our old friends' names back. Because I'm assuming, Steve, one of the days when you hang it up, do you intend to hang up the program, or are you going to be, like your dad, you took over and more or less took, once he checked out, then you become the voice of road truck and radio, in my humble opinion. Because I know you still had, Dave Nemo, well, I don't even know if them Midnight Cowboys are still on the radio or not.
No.
Or what they call them, road gang. Hello.
Bill Mack's gone, and who else did we have? I mean, DeBozo's gone, Bill Mack's gone. Dave Nemo's kind of, he's semi-retired. I think he's only going to do a day or two a week or something, do a little bit, but...
Well, wasn't there some lady who took over for his program? Because, Bill Mack used to, or not Bill Mack. Well, Bill Mack did. And then Dave Nemo used to run the nighttime, along with Bozo. As far as I know, which I don't surf the channels. You're the only one on it live at night, aren't you?
Best of my knowledge, yeah. Well, you still have you still got the Red Eye guys, Red Eye Radio there in Texas. They are live at night.
Well, I ain't never listened to them, and I don't intend to listen to them. From what I hear, they don't, and I might be just rumors that they don't really let the drivers call in and discuss what's on their mind. Well, this show does. Your show has always been, hey, call in, tell us what's on your mind. But anyway, I think it would be a good idea. And then, so let's say somebody calls in and say, okay, I want to be Elvis. Well, it's going to cost you $100 for Make-A-Wish. And you're going to donate it to the horse feather. But then we can tell them, then once we've assigned that name, we can call in and tell them who Elvis was. Because Elvis was a funny guy. And, I never got to meet Elvis personally, but I always heard he was a good guy. And he was one of the reasons that I come up with one of my famous sayings. Because I was listening to you. That's back when I'd listen to your dad during the day when he had that afternoon show on XM. And you remember him and Yoda and all of them, they were just beating that living snot out of us, because you broke off and there's a lot of disgruntled folks about that. And they kind of ganged up on us, if you remember right. And I was listening to Bozo, and somehow or another, and to me, I've always just been a nobody, all right? And I've always said if it wasn't for Steve Sommers, there wouldn't be no Big Ed. And that's just the way it is. That's the way I've always seen it. And because you've done a lot for me over the years. So, and we've been, we've been real tight over the years, and we've formed a good friendship. But I was listening to Bozo, and I think it was Bandit that had called him, and or maybe it was Yoda. They had called Bozo, and somehow or another, your name got mentioned and my name got mentioned. And I'm sitting there listening to it, and Elvis calls in, and him and Bozo went to smack mouthing me. And I'm thinking, what the hell y'all beat me up for? And then Elvis says, word for word, Big Ed, you could kiss my ass. And I started laughing. I died laughing. And so you remember when I would call in?
That's right.
And say, you can kiss my ass.
Yeah.
Well, I got that from Elvis.
You told a lot of people to do that over the years, Ed. At one point, you told the NFL they could kiss your ass.
Yes. So and you even did some sound bites of that. So you remember them?
Yep.
So we had fun with that, but it was Elvis that got that started. But Elvis was a good, he was a natural comedian in the way he talked. So if you wanted the name of Elvis, it ain't so much you got to sing like Elvis, but your personality better be naturally funny. It's just like Doc Holliday. How the hell are you ever going to replace that guy? He's just naturally funny. At least in my opinion. Don't you think so?
Yeah, he is. Yep.
You just be talking to him, and he's just naturally funny. And he don't need a whole lot of work to be funny. Elvis didn't need a whole lot of work, and Elvis used to be a stand-up comedian based on what I understood about him.
Yes, he was.
He would call in and talk.
He was pretty good, too.
I remember he said, yes, and I remember one time he was talking about a party he did where they was all naked. You remember that one?
I don't remember that one, no. Said that would be,
I remember.
That'd be tough.
Yeah, he was talking about that. He said, man, they was all naked. He said he went to stand-up comedy for a bunch of naked people. And so, and I remember he telling about it. I was dying laughing when he was talking about it. And that reminds me, you remember, I don't know, he might still be alive, old Diaper Rash? Or was it Dirty Diapers?
Dirty Diapers was Rambler's dad. Diaper Rash, that was, wasn't he part of like the first gender thing, the gender challenge?
Yeah, I think him and Half Pint did that first gender challenge. Which I know she's still alive out there, so we can't be auctioning off her damn name. But, anyway, I don't think she loves me anyway to begin with. So, but anyway, no hard feelings, Half Pint. I see where her and some other lady about the women in trucking, and my hat's off to them for all the hard work that they do. Any female out there working, I tip the hat to them. I don't disrespect them. So, anyway, I just thought I'd throw that out there. If Horse Feathers is interested in that, then like I say, I will compile a list of some of the people we lost, and what I need you to do is text me that 513 number that I call you on all the time.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Not a problem.
All right, well, Steve, I guess that's all my spew for tonight. I'll try to check in once a week or so, but I do listen to the playbacks.
Did you get in on any of that?
That's it.
Did you get in on any of that nasty hail weather last week?
No, but luckily in my area, but we got a lot of rain. Guarantee you, we got plenty of rain. It went to the north and the south of us, where I live. As far as the real nasty stuff.
Okay.
The hail and everything. But tomorrow, until I get my load out of here, because I'm up there in Pittsburgh, Kansas, based on what I've seen, I'm right the bullseye, and then I'm going to be going south, right along that front there, and they act like, there might be some tornadic weather between I guess you say from Joplin down to the state line there in Texas. So we're definitely going to have to be going along with our heads up for sure. But no, I lucked out as far as any tornadic type weather now, because they was up in the northwest part of the state. Then there was a few down in the southern part. We're down around Oklahoma City, but I got lucky. I live up 60 miles northwest Oklahoma City, so I got lucky.
Well, that's kind of like
Steve, we love y'all.
That's in the zone where you could see some action later today. The bigger bullseye is, as we mentioned earlier, up in toward Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota. But they got that whole zone, stretching down through Oklahoma. There's a little bit of uncertainty if these cells are going to come together or not. We'll return in 2.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot's secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Yeah, so it looks like the storm chasers are going to be probably rolling toward Iowa today. Yeah, but they've got the level 4 out of level 5 risk of strong, long-lived tornadoes, softball-sized hail. All right, got a couple minutes. We'll be closing out hour number 1. But Philly Dan is on board. It is that time once again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Oh, and it's about time they start arresting some of these judges. Now, actually, not one, but 2 separate scenarios. We've got all the details. We'll break it down for you here on a Monday morning. Marianne in the house. Hello, Steve, the overnight family. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. Morning, Gary. Good to have you with us. Hello, Tank. Happy Monday. Back in the saddle after a 4-day weekend. We're at 64 degrees here on the outskirts of Memphis. Getting ready to head out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour. Greatest day of the week. All right, that means somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, yes, indeed, is the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker. We've thrown the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up. 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. 52 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Glad to be off after last week. All the knuckleheads, literally. I had my days all mixed up. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Heat up that cup of joe, or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? I'm happy. I knew you were. I knew your schedule was screwed up because he sent me a was it a Facebook, or I think it was a Facebook message or something. He said, we don't have a show tonight. Well, it was Saturday morning. We don't have a Friday night into Saturday morning. I guess he thought, Saturday morning was Friday morning. He was all out of whack. Hello, Brain Dead Morning, Steve. Happy Manic Monday. For some, it's actually his Friday. Hope you had a great weekend. It was a crazy weekend here. Well, for my Friday, it was a store in Jackson, Tennessee, then 2 stores in Paducah, Kentucky. Now we're headed southbound at a slow speed in this white-painted plastic grocery truck. Sent you a couple of news stories from over the weekend. Yes, I got them. We had the race at Talladega. I've got some other NASCAR news that will break down over the draft this past weekend. So we'll be unpacking quite a bit here. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Russia's foreign minister says the country is open to negotiations to end the war with Ukraine. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Sergei Lavrov echoed U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's claims that the Trump administration has made the effort to learn what Russia's goals are.
And he said that nobody in Washington lifted a finger to do the same, to try to understand Russia during the Biden administration.
Lavrov says Russia is pursuing its own national interests, but that doesn't mean they can't come to an agreement which ends the fighting. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has a warning for illegal immigrants at the southern border in New Mexico.
While visiting the New Mexico National Defense Area on Friday, Hegseth announced those coming over the border illegally will be charged to the maximum extent of the law.
If you are an illegal crossing, you will be monitored, you will be detained by U.S. troops. You will be detained temporarily and handed over to Customs and Border Patrol.
Troops guarding the southern border now have the authority to detain and search illegal immigrants until they're handed over to another law enforcement agency. I'm Jim Forbes.
A state Supreme Court judge is extending a temporary restraining order which blocks ICE from operating at New York City's Rikers Island jail complex.
Do we want ICE at Rikers? Advocates and city council members like Speaker Adrian Adams in Foley Square after the court hearing.
It validates our efforts to defend New York City from being made even more vulnerable to the Trump administration's extreme agenda.
The judge initially gave the order Monday after the city council sued Mayor Adams, claiming the ICE presence at Rikers, signed off by his administration, is unlawful. First Deputy Mayor Randy Mastro is confident the administration will succeed.
It's preventing the city from protecting itself against violent
transnational criminal gangs.
I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
It's about ensuring that our daughters who train, sacrifice, and give everything to their sport are not robbed of the opportunities.
One Southern California school district is banning transgender athletes from girls' sports.
Redlands Unified voted 3-2 in favor of the Fairness in Girls Interscholastic Sports Resolution. Supporters say athletes born male have an unfair advantage over female-born athletes. Governor Newsom came out last week to say he thinks transgender athletes playing girls' sports is deeply unfair. At the same time, lawmakers have rejected bills that would ban transgender athletes from girls' sports. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Researchers at the University of Virginia say a person's ethnic background can affect the progression of prostate cancer.
A new study from the UVA School of Medicine compared the genetic differences of Chinese men and Western men. The study found that ethnic differences can lead to different prostate cancer growth rates. Researchers hope the study will help doctors detect cancer earlier while focusing on the development of more personalized treatment options. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Cigarette smoking in the U.S. keeps declining, driven mainly by young adults.
Researchers at UC San Diego found the most significant drops are in states with historically high smoking rates. However, the slower decline among adults over 50 may prolong the public health burden of smoking-related diseases. Next, researchers expect national smoking prevalence to fall below 5% by 2035, though the high rates of smoking-related illnesses will take longer to decrease. I'm John Fink.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, kicking off a brand new day. Time zone to time zone. Working our way into a Monday. Hello to Uncle Chops checking in to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Howdy. Tapeworm, 54 degrees. Ottawa Lake, Michigan. Ready or not, here we go again. There's Double Trucker in Lodi. 46 degrees. Cool, but a nice quiet night. Waiting on my meat guys so we can head back to Western New York. Praying for the people on the ferry in Florida. I'll be checking in later via the home of free speech, Rumble. All right, hello from Bob in Michigan. There's Mr. Jack. Morning, Overnight Drive family. It's a balmy 52 here in the horse capital of the world, Lexington, Kentucky. Ready for another great show, Steve. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. The Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita. Looks like we've got a busy week on tap. All right, have a great morning there. Scrapyard checking in from Arkansas, I do believe. Morning, Scrapyard.
Good morning. Good morning. Do you happen to know if Ed has an Android or an iPhone?
Now that I'm not sure.
Okay, because if it's an Android, the simplest thing that he can do is to transfer, send a copy of the contacts to your SD card and put like in one of them 64 gig or higher SD cards in, and export your contacts to the SD card in any app that you have that will allow you can actually move the app over to the SD card. And if your phone breaks, all you got to do is just go get another phone and pop the card out, pop it back in, and it should install. And then you don't have that issue. I don't deal with iPhones because of all the scams that iPhone running on people, downgrading their phones, sending these ghost signals to make their batteries short out, or the phone to operate poorly and to force them to go in to buy another phone, in which they got in serious trouble by the federal government for doing that. But that's usually the easiest issue is just to export your contacts to the SD card, and you could even get an SD card reader and then move everything over to it. That just plugs into the base of the phone in the port, and you can actually send copies of it. So you have a physical hard copy and put it, store it somewhere, and then you can plug her in and you're good to go. But on that health, excuse me, dang, turned my ankle. On that health thing going on, the Department of Defense just released a statement concerning poppy seed products. They pulled all the poppy seed products from the chow hall and the commissaries because this new strain of poppy seeds, the seeds, are having contamination of codeine. They're holding on to the codeine, and in turn, just a couple of seeds is enough to make you test hot, and so they're having a big issue with that. So, but it's commercial poppy seeds, but the new strain of plant that was developed, its seeds hold on to many fold. I think they were talking, it's like close to 100 times the concentration.
Wow. So
as little as 3 seeds can make you test hot. And but yeah, that apparently on all these military bases, they've kicked out all the poppy seed products, all the different breads and such, because of it.
How about that?
Because they had a whole bunch of disciplinary actions going on. People testing hot that don't mess with drugs. And in fact, apparently, from what I gather, even a base commandant got popped. And so, out here, any of us out here trucking and all that, I would be very, very cautious about it and eliminate that from your diet.
Very interesting. I did a quick search there, and from the military.com website, Scrapyard, it does say a new Army regulation advising soldiers to avoid eating foods with poppy seeds over concerns troops could inadvertently fail a drug screening. Poppy seeds, often an ingredient in baked goods and pastries. Depending on how they're harvested and processed, they can contain opium alkaloids such as morphine and codeine, Schedule II drugs that are banned for service members under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, much like the plot of an episode from the 1990s sitcom Seinfeld, where Elaine failed a work drug test after eating poppy seed muffins. Army officials worry that ingesting foods with poppy seeds can lead to codeine showing up in their drug test. Soldiers encouraged to avoid consuming foods containing poppy seeds, as some of the newer seeds variety may contain elevated levels of codeine. So says the updated regulation. Okay, so he's on the spot there. Scrapyard, good to hear from you. There's old High Tech. What's happening?
Well, Steve, get your calendar out and mark it down. Today's the day. It's the end of the truck driving career for everybody. I guess you've seen the news. Hello?
As far as no, I mean, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, in Texas today, they're turning robot trucks loose, semi-trucks on Interstate 45 between Dallas and Houston.
Okay.
So,
all right.
the robot trucks, I think it's Aurora and Kodiak. They're letting their trucks on the Interstate 45, and it won't be too much longer that all truck drivers will be out of work.
I think that's a bit of a doomsday prediction, High Tech.
No, actually, have you ever been out in one of those Tesla cars? Have you took one for a test drive?
Oh no,
full self-driving.
I've seen the video of some of the robo taxis and things like that there in California. I mean, more and more states are actually passing rules that are not allowing those trucks to be on the road without somebody actually able to take over.
Well, actually, no, I'm talking about Tesla. You can go out and buy a Tesla now and get full self-driving, and it's called supervised because there's a law. They're not approved for, but there are plenty of people that you just tell it where you want to go, and then you're in the car for a ride. You don't never touch the steering wheel or gas pedal.
Mm-hmm.
It'll take you anywhere you need to go. So they're doing the same thing with the trucks. Now they're going to start off with just on the interstate. The truck will probably go to a parking lot, and then a driver will take over and drive it through the city. But at the rate NVIDIA is making the AI chips, the improvement level, I'm gonna say by 2028 it'll be a regular thing to see robot trucks all up and down the highways. They're better than most drivers now anyway. They don't never get tired. They don't get hungry. They don't take their eyes off the road. They pay attention 100% of the time. So, I mean, they're going to be better than a human driver and safer.
It'd be interesting to see how they fare in winter driving conditions.
They'll be better than humans. Hey, I drove for a long time, and I've seen plenty of meat computers. The biological computers that are driving the trucks now run off the road quite well. So it can't be no worse. But yeah, you got a Tesla dealer up there in Cincinnati, don't you?
Yeah, it's I think out there toward Montgomery.
Yeah, set you up an appointment for a test drive. Tell them you want to experience the full self-driving, and they'll take you for a test drive, and you just point on a little screen where you want it to take you to, and it'll drive you through downtown city traffic, construction, everything. It'll go on the highway. I mean, it's I dare say it's better than most people driving now. So once they get approval for it, and all it is the AI. I guess surely you've messed with AI by now, haven't you?
I have not.
You don't have a X account?
I do not.
You know what used to be Twitter?
I do not.
Well, it's free. If
and
you
I haven't done the Chat GPT, and I think Rowan had it on his computer, on his phone briefly, and he was trying to show me how it works. But
well, Grok is better because you can put it on talk dirty to you mode, and it's pretty funny.
Okay.
So, yeah, Grok. Yeah. Just go. I think they got a free version. You just go Grok. No, it's XAI. XAI. No .com. It's just XAI, and you can try out Grok. And I think they got the voice mode set up now, where you can actually talk to it, and you don't have to type to it. And a little girl, you can put it on sexy mode, or you can put it on unhinged comedian mode. Then it gets really vulgar. So yeah. Well, anyway. The rate of improvement they're doing on this artificial intelligence is let's see, 2025. The NVIDIA said that they're releasing their new I forgot the code name for it. Their new chip that's going to be shipping it at the end of this year, which will be 20 times as powerful as what they're using now, and then the next generation after that will be the end of 2027. So, yeah, about 2028, they'll have the training models powerful enough where it'll take a semi truck anywhere. I guarantee you it'll back it up too. Actually, it'll back it up better because it's going to have eyes all the way around. Those cameras will be on the back of the trailer. They'll be on the sides of the trailer. They'll be down at street level. They'll be up high, and who knows, they might even put a thermal camera on there that could see through fog. So, yeah, us people, we're going to be obsolete, and Arnold Schwarzenegger's going to come back as Terminator, kill us all not long after that.
Right? The robots will be turning on us. That's it's a realistic possibility. I mean, it's not necessarily science fiction. I mean, Elon Musk and many of the others in the developmental stages are kind of advising we've got to, get a handle on this artificial intelligence stuff. I got an email from our old pal No Handle Dave over the weekend. Sent me a link to a story, but said, Steve, I hadn't heard of this company. And as the article states, I'm not sure most Americans would go for this minimalistic little truck, but they might be onto something. Yeah, how many people say they cannot afford new cars now? Well, here you go. I says, I'm not an electric vehicle fan, but for this price, I could be. I'd like to see about double the range for the battery. But otherwise, I could live with this simplistic design. And to make it even better from it, it sounds like it's going to be an American company and American made. This might be a company to watch for the next couple of years to see if it takes off or not. All right, so I'll be out here listening to the podcast later. Drivers, stay safe, and thanks, Steve, for all you do. From No Handle Dave. Story he's talking about, it says, ask just about anybody. Yeah, they'll tell you new cars are too darn expensive. Yeah, the wake of tariffs shaking the auto industry, the Trump administration pledging to kill the electric vehicle incentive. That situation isn't looking to get better anytime soon, especially for anyone wanting something battery-powered. Now, meet the Slate truck, S-L-A-T-E. We're changing the status quo, and we're going to make something radical. And it's hard to get more radical than what Slate has planned. For under $20,000 after federal incentives, electric vehicle that will enter production next year. It only seats two, but it's a pickup truck, has a bed big enough to hold a sheet of plywood. Now, at this point, it only does 150 miles on a charge. The vehicle only comes in gray, and the only way to listen to music while driving is if you bring along your phone and a Bluetooth speaker. There's not even a radio. It's the bare minimum stripped-down model of a vehicle. Yeah, the bare minimum of what a modern car can be. It's taken 3 years to develop to get it to this point, they say. This is more than bargain basement motoring, though. Slate is presenting their truck as a minimalistic design with a do-it-yourself purpose. An attempt not just to go cheap, but to actually create a new category of vehicle with a huge focus on personalization. All right, so it's engineered. It will be manufactured in America. But, I mean, the bare minimum of everything. It's extremely simplified. Is it just too minimal? I mean, more and more people want all the bells and whistles, right? Yeah, not the minimalistic thing.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, it was Talladega Super Speedway. NASCAR over the weekend. And looking at some of the highlight reels, looks like there was one heck of a crowd on hand there. And if I understood correctly, I think they had some rain, like Friday, Saturday. All I know is when the race started, the drivers didn't have any opportunity to get any practice in. So they just pretty much hit the track and away they went. And I presume Eagle was on location live. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, I told you I was going to call you, Steve, Sunday night. You know, I'm still here at Talladega. I'm not at the track, but I'm at the truck stop that's about a couple of miles away from the track here at Talladega. I'm spending the night here. I'm in my truck now. I'm going to roll out tomorrow, get a load headed back. I don't know where the hell I'm going. As a matter of fact, that's something that I want to touch on, Steve, after I talk about Talladega. I'm going to say some things tonight about Donald Trump and this tariff situation. I'm starting to have second thoughts after talking to some people. But yeah, Steve, it was a beautiful day in Talladega, man. Weather was great. I had front row seats right at almost at the damn finish line where I was sitting at in the stands, so I got a front row view of the action. Wasn't no crashes, wasn't no big time crashes or nothing today, so that was a good deal. They had one big accident at the restart. Took out. I didn't even know that TA Travel Centers of America, they got a car that they sponsor. He got taken out. Chris Busher, he was involved in an accident right on the front row and ran into the wall. TA and Loves, both of them, truck stops, both of them have cars in NASCAR. And by the way, Steve, the trucks, the haulers. Before I get to the race, the haulers for these trucks, for the cars, they were at the TA where I'm parked. They only got one truck stop in TA. All of them was there, and the drivers and everything. So, like I say, you want to see some nice equipment. These trucks that they use, these guys are driving top of the line trucks, Peterbilts and Freightliners, and they got them polished up, looking real good, riding, in these nice trucks. As a matter of fact, they headed out to Texas next, my home. They headed out to Fort Worth, Texas for the next race. I don't think I'm going to make that, but I'll definitely be watching. But yeah, it was a good race today, Steve. A lot of action. And now I'm understanding that they had some disqualifications after the race. 2 drivers got disqualified at failed inspection. I think they said Joey Logano and I forgot who the other guy was that failed inspection after the race, but I know Logano was one of them. He finished, I think, 4th. I don't think that the best car, Cedric had a good car, the guy from Ford won, unfortunately, but I think that Kyle Larson probably had the best car. He finished.
Well, hey, let's pause there. We'll come back with more following the news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is criticizing President Trump after allegations his administration deported an American child. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer said the administration is violating the rule of law.
This is not the only instance. There are reportedly other instances where U.S. citizen children were deported without any due process.
Schumer was asked about the possibility of impeaching Trump, but he said it's too soon to decide whether that should be considered, given that Democrats don't control either house of Congress. The Pentagon is restarting gender-affirming care for transgender service members.
A Defense Department memo dated April 21st says the department will restore surgical procedures and cross-sex hormone therapy. The memo is signed by the Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for Health Affairs and says service members and all other covered beneficiaries 19 years of age or older may receive appropriate care for their diagnosis of gender dysphoria. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke,
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up with all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, as we roll into a new day, a Monday, we will be looking at a new round of heavy rain targeting some of the same areas in the central states that were swamped by flooding multiple times earlier in April. Of course, we had the historic rainfall during the first week of the month. Portions of the Tennessee, Ohio, the mid-Mississippi valleys. Of course, runoff from that is still surging through the lower portion of the Mississippi River Basin. Moderate to high flood levels in some areas, including Baton Rouge. Now, AccuWeather says it may take till the middle of May for waters to dip below flood stage along the entire stretch of the Mississippi. However, rain forecast to develop over the region here in the final days of April could result in a new surge of water over some of the rivers. At the very least, these downpours that repeat from portions of northern Texas to near the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers will lead to flash flooding in urban areas and along small streams this week. Now, the flooding can occur even though only a third to half the rain that fell in the prior events is likely to come down over the next couple of days. This week, we're talking 2 to 4 inches of rain forecast over a 2 to 3 day period. Now, some areas could see double that, but just have to kind of wait for it to all unfold here. Meanwhile, let's get back to Talladega. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah, Steve. Yeah, before I get to Trump and these other situations, I got some more talk more racing news with about NASCAR and Talladega. But one quick note, Steve, before I get back to that. Brittany Force, daughter of John Force, she set a world record on Saturday for top speed in a top fuel dragster. I think they're going a little bit too fast now. The way they're going to beat a 350. She ran a 341 top speed, 341 miles an hour on Saturday night. I think it was. She ran 341. That's the second fastest speed in the history of NHRA, and that's moving fast. 341 miles an hour. That's that ain't no joke. Now, getting back to Talladega, Steve. Yeah, it was a great race. Full house. You know, I ain't never seen so many RVs in my life. The whole infield was parked. People make a whole weekend of the deal. There's probably people still there in the infield and them RVs. I had to get the hell out of there. But like I say, I get back to the truck stop. I'm in my truck right now. But yeah, the traffic is just horrible. Like I said, I didn't make the same mistake though. I got there early today, so I didn't have to sit in no traffic. But traffic trying to get in and out of that track is ridiculous. So anybody that's going to a Talladega race, you better make sure you get there early, or you're gonna be sitting. You might even miss the start of the race. Traffic is so bad. But it was a great day. And like I say, unfortunately, Chevrolet didn't win. But I believe that Chevy had the best car, with Larson, because he won the first stage and came in, I think, second or third in the second stage, and then finished third overall. And Joey Logano, he had a good car. But like I say, they didn't want to wreck nobody at the end of the race. That would have been the only way to pass the leaders. They were 2 by 2, and the only way to really get by, they would have had to wreck somebody, and somebody might have went airborne and into the wall or the fence or something. And they didn't want to see that, so they just rolled it out for the last couple of laps. And Centric won. He had a good car, but he didn't have the best car. So it was a good race. Good race overall. Only had a couple of minor accidents. On the day. But like I said, they made plenty of money at Talladega, and I enjoyed myself. Like I say, I got to talk to a lot of people and got some autographs and stuff while I was there. So it was a good day for me. I'll definitely be back next year for Talladega. I guarantee you that. I'll probably try to get to Daytona again too later on this year. But like I said, the only bad thing, only bad thing about the whole day was that when end of the race, when a couple of the leaders had the Toyota, they kind of had they were doing. I thought Toyota was going to win, Hamlin, and he got blocked. That's kind of a bad deal. He was running 180 miles an hour, and somebody blocked him, and he had to almost come to a dead stop. So that ruined his day, Hamlin and some other Toyota drivers. So they ended up finishing back in 18, 19, 20 of Hamlin. But Hamlin had a good car, but he ruined his day when he got blocked. He lost all his speed. So it was a good race overall. So I'm happy with what I saw, and the weather stayed good. That's the main thing. It didn't get no rain, no delays or nothing. So, because I wouldn't have been able to go back to the race today if it would have got rained out. Because I had to get the hell out of town tomorrow. I already got a load. So, I had to get the hell out of town. Now, Steve, I want to get to some more news. Unfortunately, I really don't want to talk about this, after having such a great day at Talladega. But, Steve, I've been talking to you for a long time. I've gone back and forth with Donald Trump, over the years, and I try to always try to give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna stick with him, pretty much through thick and thin. But this one here, Steve, I don't know, man. After seeing some things and hearing some things, I'm not liking what I'm seeing. What's going on with these tariffs with China, Steve? I'm gonna tell you, I don't know if you said anything about this because I missed the beginning of the show. I don't know if you heard this news. It's just coming out tonight from what I'm on China, Steve. I'm going to tell you, I don't know if you said anything about this because I missed the beginning of the show. I don't know if you heard this news. It's just coming out tonight from what I'm understanding. China, in retaliation to Donald Trump on these high percentage of taxes on them, I don't know if you heard about this. They sent a container ship over here from China with over 200,000 containers. And guess what? When they opened the doors of those containers, there was no product or no merchandise inside of those trailers, as a slap in the face to Donald Trump. And it's going to continue. I've heard that they're diverting their products and their goods to other countries. And I think they said that they even are not going to be purchasing any, I think, some kind of meat product from the U.S. This might be backfiring, Steve. I'm just like, I want like I said, I want the products to be made in the USA, just like a lot of people. But unfortunately, at this time, Steve, they're being made in China. And as much as I hate to say it, and believe me, it hurts me to say this, I think that China might have the upper hand on the situation because they sent a lot of stuff to the U.S. And they're already saying about all of these people that are going to lose their jobs, Steve, out in Long Beach, California. I told you about this the other day. If there's no products on those containers coming from China, guess what? Those truck drivers that deliver those containers throughout the area in California, they don't have no job because there's no product to drive. There's nothing inside of those containers coming out of China. So guess what? There's nothing to take to Walmart for Walmart. So all the Walmart stores are going to be empty, and the Walmart truck drivers are not going to have no work because unfortunately a lot of that stuff that you see in a damn Walmart comes from China. So this is not good. I'm concerned about it because I'm a truck driver, and I've been telling you for weeks now, Steve. I'm seeing truck traffic is not like it should be. I'm sitting at this truck stop right here in Talladega tonight, and there's way too many empty parking spaces in this truck stop for a Sunday night. This is a major thoroughfare, Interstate 20, running from running to Birmingham, Alabama, all the way to Atlanta, Georgia, all the way to Texas. This truck stop should be full at this point on a Sunday night, and it's not. And it's not the first truck stop I pulled in the last couple of weeks that's empty. And that's because there is no freight to haul. It's starting to dry up because things are not coming into the country. It's been about a month and a half since Trump first instituted these tariffs. It's starting to take effect now, Steve. Mm-hmm. A lot of people hadn't seen it in the last couple, but it's starting to take effect. At this point, Donald Trump, he needs to make a deal with China, negotiate something before this gets out of control, this gets out of hand, before people start losing their jobs. Sometimes you can be stubborn, but you can't be so stubborn to where it starts hurting people and people start losing their jobs and we start seeing empty shelves in America. So like I said, I'm gonna support Donald Trump through thick and thin, but sometimes, Steve, you have to give in and admit that somebody might have the upper hand. And like I said, it hurts me to say that because I'm 100% American, but I really believe at this point that China might have the upper hand on the U.S. And hopefully we can get back to where the U.S., they won't have it no more to where it was back in the 30s, 40s when the U.S. was running the whole show. But right now, I don't think this happening like that. So Donald Trump is going to have to do some hard thinking and some soul searching and get down to the drawing board and sit down at the table with these Chinese people and try to negotiate some kind of deal, because it makes absolutely no sense to be that, to put your foot in the ground and then people start losing their jobs and we have empty shelves in America. It shouldn't have to come to that. And I hope Donald Trump realizes that and makes a change. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Glad you enjoyed Talladega there. And yeah, it looks like they had a heck of a crowd. Turned out to be a beautiful day Sunday. All right, Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 66 degrees. Got home about 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon. After an epic golf trip with my friends, we played 98 holes in 3.5 days. Lost a lot of golf balls, played a lot of cards, had a lot of adult beverages, and a lot of laughs. Played 27 holes Wednesday, 32 Thursday, 27 Friday. And we're so tired and sore on Saturday. Half the group only played 9. My group had played 12 before we realized they weren't in front of us anymore. So we packed it up, got some lunch, and headed out. One of the courses we played, Mountain View, wasn't in the greatest shape. The greens were pretty bad. The other, Lakeview, was much better. All right, they just hired a new superintendent the week before and hopefully can get it straightened out. It was bought out by the same group that owns Dollywood, who've never owned a golf course before. And I think they're headed in the right direction, and they can invest money to make it better. All right, Wildcat's been in Nashville visiting her sister, having a good time there. And she'll be back later today. So I'll be loading up Tuesday, headed for St. Louis for midweek, and then home once again. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Thank you for the update, Buckeye Boy. That's a lot of golf. Wow. All right, who else we got on board? Tony. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Yeah, listening from the armpit of southern Illinois along the Ohio River, 52 degrees. A little chilly, but we're clear tonight. Hello, Jason. Hello, Steve. Enjoying the show. Traveling southwest of San Antone tonight, 76 degrees with cloudy skies. Good to have you on board. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All righty, trust you had a good weekend. We are kicking off a brand new day. Turn the page on the calendar. What's going on, Brain Dead? Sure, Friday.
Oh, yeah, my Friday. I got a lot of stuff to do this next couple of days. But did you see what I sent you about quick-way carriers?
Yes, I have that before me. Yes, indeed.
All right, let me break that down. It may or may not make the trucking media. I don't know, because there's only 45 drivers at this place.
Mm-hmm.
But it's significant to us. They haul our milk and milk products to the store. Now, we drivers and management don't know what's going on. We don't know if they're closing. We don't know anything, because they had a yard here in Memphis, and I think about September or so, they moved everything back to Murfreesboro up to the milk plant.
So with that being said, we don't know if what's going to happen. Are they going to run it? Some other company going to run it down here and go from there, or what? Because this same company put Howard Bayer out of business, who was running all the Kroger milk, ice cream, and floral products, if I remember right, back in the day. So, like I said, I don't know what's going on, but definitely something to keep watching. But see, let me shift gears here for a minute. Now, I heard Eagle there for a minute. Now, it's good to see that Eagle's awake. It really is. So, Eagle, if you're listening, my friend, turn that radio up, tear off the knob, get out a piece of paper, and take some notes. Because I don't know what Talladega race you were watching, but I got one word for you. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to wake up there for a second. It was a snooze fest. It was a snooze fest.
I mean, it was a lot of four-wide racing, though, right? I mean, it was all bunched up, and it's typical Talladega, minus the big one. They didn't really have a big crash.
But it was a snooze fest. And let me explain there, sir. Eagle must have watched the Talladega race from 3 years ago, just like how he got his Dodges coming back to NASCAR miracle news story from several months back, and the changing of bodies to Chevrolet, I don't know, that we talked about like 4, 5, 6 months ago. The reason it was a snooze fest is because Kyle Larson said there was no passing. You could not get out and get any kind of a run to get around people. Christopher Bell has said the same thing. This Gen 7 or next gen car just sucks on the speedway, on the super speedways and the intermediate track. And they have said to NASCAR straight up, redesign this, reconfigure this. This is not working. The only thing it really works for is the short tracks, and only the short tracks. The Gen 6 car, you could step out there and pass all day long with no problem. You didn't have the two wide, the freight train kind of 2x2x2. But also too, Steve, Zane Smith did win the pole for this award. Now, Austin Cedric did win. Larson is considered. Larson did win the second place. However, Ryan Priest, who the other driver was that got disqualified because apparently there was one too many shims under the rear spoiler, was disqualified, and that makes Logano second. I mean, not Logano. Larson second, William Byron third, Gregson third, Byron's third, Gregson's fourth, and Elliott's number fifth. And for my friend Cal Patty over there, Lauren, Hamlin did finish 21st. Now, Logano did get disqualified because of a missing spoiler bolt. Now, this could be appealed and possibly won, because those things, maybe they didn't have Loctite on them, maybe they didn't screw them in right, I don't know. But now it's also said that Kyle Larson, Ty Dillon, Josh Berry, and Bubba Wallace's car are going to the R&D Center. Kyle Larson and Josh Berry's car will also be on the dyno. Now, the one thing is, though, and it's kind of funny when you're listening to the race and you hear the word Alfredo is leading the race. Alfredo's leading the race, and you're thinking, okay, what kind of race am I listening to with that Alfredo's listening to? I mean, who's in second, spaghetti or lasagna here? I mean, give me a break here. But he did lead 19 laps, and it's kind of ironic. He's an independent guy. He's totally independent. He doesn't have a charter. And Ty Gibbs did lead the most laps with 32 laps. So, and the fastest award goes to Michael McDowell. Now, we're leaving, we are leaving Talladega. We're going to Texas. William Byron still leads the points, followed by Larson, Hamlin, Elliott, and then Christopher Bell. So, that's number one. Number two, Austin Hill won the Xfinity race, and it was a three wide photo finish. Dang Eskimo mom, you. Anyway, he edged out Jeb Bush and Jesse Love. Now the caution checker came out after Love's car made contact with the race. After Love's car hit Connor Zilic, spinning into the track, and that left a three-way tie for Hill, Burton, and Jesse Love to finish out. Now, remember this guy, Cletus McFarland from Daytona?
Mm-hmm.
Remember him? And he said he was going to the Talladega ARCA race. Well, he finished 10th. Now, that I think he really had a good hot rod. I mean, he had a good car going. But the one thing is, though, it's really great to see, is that he broke a valve spring in the number 6 cylinder. Now, he is planning to come back for the fall race, but there is going to be no fall race in ARCA. It's either going to be Xfinity and trucks, but the car owner is Reddy Jones, and I'm going to tell you this, he does have some good rides coming up in Xfinity. So, but Steve, do you want to smash a break and come back over to NFL?
We are up to NFL. What was the deal with Deion Sanders' boy? That was some interesting discussion over the weekend. I think he finally did go in the 5th round of the draft. I mean, this kid was supposed to be like first round material. We'll delve into some of that coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is criticizing President Trump after allegations his administration deported an American child. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer said the administration is violating the rule of law and Americans are not happy.
This is not the only instance. There are reportedly other instances where U.S. citizen children were deported without any due process.
Schumer was asked about the possibility of impeaching Trump, but he said it's too soon to decide whether that should be considered, given that Democrats don't control either House of Congress. The Pentagon is restarting gender-affirming care for transgender service members.
A Defense Department memo dated April 21st says the department will restore surgical procedures and cross-sex hormone therapy. The memo is signed by the Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for Health Affairs and says service members and all other covered beneficiaries 19 years of age or older may receive appropriate care for their diagnosis of gender dysphoria. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump says he's spoken with Chinese President Xi Jinping about making a trade deal.
In an interview with Time magazine, Trump said Xi called him to talk about trade and said he didn't think it was a sign of weakness. China has denied there have been any talks with the U.S. regarding trade. Meanwhile, Trump said trade deals with other nations are about 3 to 4 weeks away. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump says America should not have to pay to travel through the Panama and Suez canals.
Over the weekend, Trump made a post on social media asking Secretary of State Marco Rubio to, quote, immediately take care of and memorialize the situation. The president has been saying for months that he wants to take control of the Panama Canal from Panama, claiming the trade route is secretly controlled by China. In his message, Trump added that U.S. military and commercial ships should be able to travel through Egypt's Suez Canal free of charge. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
A 19-year-old mother and her boyfriend have been indicted in the death of her 4-year-old son.
Little Ja'Kai Smith died at Nationwide Children's Hospital earlier this month, and now a Franklin County grand jury has indicted his 19-year-old mother, Kaylee Smith Parks, and 20-year-old Linwood Allison on aggravated murder and at least 20 counts of child endangerment each. Investigators say the 4-year-old was locked in his room and malnourished in a report last month. I'm Jack Crumley.
A leaked White House memo suggests the Trump administration may be defunding one of the services from the 988 Suicide Prevention and Crisis Hotline.
A memo dated April 10th indicates that the LGBTQ plus youth subnetwork could be eliminated. Mental health and LGBTQ advocacy groups are among those criticizing the possible action. A 2024 survey by suicide prevention advocacy group The Trevor Project shows that nearly 40% of LGBTQ plus youth had considered suicide, and more than 10% had attempted. I'm Brian Shook.
Texas lawmakers are serious about changing the name of the New York strip steak.
A hearing was held this week on legislation that seeks to turn it into the Texas strip steak. State Senator Kevin Sparks says that Texas is tops in the nation when it comes to beef production, with more than 4 million head of cattle. The bill encourages restaurants and grocery stores to adopt the Texas strip steak name and calls on the Agriculture Department to adjust their marketing materials to highlight the change. I'm Mark Napiel.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, as we get another hour underway, hello to Jerry in Indiana, who says, good morning. The grandson had a blast at Talladega. He ran well in the midgets there, just got home to Kokomo with nothing but smiles. That's great. Tell him you love him every chance you get. All right, be safe out there. Thank you. Jerry, have a great morning and a good week. And let's see, Timothy's on board. Morning, Timothy. Said I just finished watching Biffle on that, some of the NASCAR talk. All right, we'll get back to Brain Dead. So, yeah, the big, what do you have, the NFL draft? What's your take on the Sanders boy?
Oh, you didn't hear about the controversy, my friend?
Well, I know he didn't go to round number 5. Was it the NFL trying to send him a message that he's too cocky?
Oh, no. Oh, you didn't hear the controversy. Oh, buddy, let me sit down, buckle up, and hang on here. I'm going to tell you this right now. The NFL is investigating about how Shadir, or pardon my name, butchering people, Shadir Sanders' private phone number was leaked. And there was a prank call on Friday night, and it was all caught on camera. Deion Sanders Jr.'s YouTube channel caught this on camera, this camera footage, and put it on the YouTube channel. Now, the prank caller claimed to be Mickey Loomis, the GM from the Saints, and wanted him to be the 40th pick, even though he was in the 5th round and was taken by the Browns Saturday night as the 144th pick. Now, the Saints did take Louisville quarterback Tyler Schlow as their really selection. But now, the thing, though, is, and a lot of people are like, okay, well, he's got a whole bunch of contacts, a whole bunch of friends. No, he had actually went and got a special number for this draft. But this isn't the second time this has happened. Cornerback Cooper DeJean had the same thing happen to him in the draft last year. But with that number, with Sanders' number, the only people that had that number was the coach and the front office people. Now, what killed him from being a first-round pick, because he was hyped up. He was hyped up to heck and back. He was more hyped up than the buffet at the Golden Corral on Free Fish Night. Is his attitude, his cockiness. Mm-hmm. He had all these after the NFL Combine. He held interviews with all the coaches and the front office people. And what's really sad is that he went to the Browns, which is an okay team, but he may not be there very long because they're very quarterback heavy. They've already got 4 quarterbacks. Deshaun Watson's already out for an injury, so you got 3 quarterbacks. Now, he's going to be fighting for a starting spot.
Right.
But being in the 5th round does not make him a bad pick. Now, he did go 12 for 13 and threw 7,400 yards and 64 touchdowns, plus an appearance at the Alamo Bowl, which is not bad for 2 years. But if you step back and think, Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick. Nobody thought he was going to do what he did. Ryan Fitzpatrick was also a 6th-round pick. Great quarterback. But here's my favorite guy. Bo Jackson was a 7th-round pick. And look at the numbers that he put up. So, can he be the next Tom Brady? Possibly. Could he be the next Jeff George? Possibly. Anything is possible here, but he's got to get rid of the cockiness because his NIL money was $6.6 million over 4 years. He's now going to get $4.5 million over 4 years. Now, some interesting nuggets, and I don't know if our buddy Rick Friend is listening or we know Captain Ron is. 14 players from Ohio State were drafted. Georgia had 13, which is 2 less than the record last year. Texas, Michigan, Bama, and the Gators had 12. And Tennessee had 4 players. Oklahoma had 2. A&M had 3. Now, when you look back at the draft and excuse me, and all the teams and what they picked, by far the Patriots, Giants, Raiders, Jets, and Steelers came out on top. They really did a phenomenal job in knowing what they needed, who they needed. They did their homework. They each got an A or an A plus in my book. Now, the Titans did get Cam Ward, like we said Friday morning, which was what they was looking for because they had a big hole to fill in a franchise quarterback. Now, let's see how good he really is, because there is a huge difference from the college to the pro. Because I have seen over the years, you have a kid that's really great in college like Jeff George was way back in the 90s. He jumps up there to the pro level and just busts.
Mm-hmm.
Just totally just implodes, and he's gone in a few. But now the Bengals, I get that wrong every time. Now, as far as their draft, they really did okay. They really invested in the offensive and defensive line, which that was a major issue last year. They gave up way too many points, and Burrow getting sacked 3 times a week. Now, Shamar Stewart is either going to be one of those players, a boom or a bust, because he was really good in college, but can he make the transition? Now, the best thing is they kept Trey Hendrickson on to get Trey Hendrickson is on the roster, but now it's time to give him a good payday. Because also to note, with this draft, Demetrius Knight Jr. and Jermaine Pratt, who were 2nd, 4th round picks, and Brett Carter is going to help shore up the line and help veterans such as Jermaine, help Logan Wilson, help Logan Wilson. Now, also thing to watch is the defensive prospects such as Dylan Fairchild and Jalen Rivers, as well as running back Jahad Brooks. Now, Jahad Brooks is a beast. He will literally push that ball to get it in the end zone. So I think the Bengals are going to do pretty good this year. I'm not going to say they're going to go to the Super Bowl. They might make the playoffs. But, Steve, we got a long way to go till we get there, my friend.
That is correct. Well, yeah, they needed some protection for Burrow. You know, all the points, it's for as many points as the offense could put up. Yes, he would get sacked, and the defensive line. Yeah, they would every time Burrow would score, the defense would let him down. And now, as far as the prank call thing, I did see that over the weekend, and I don't know if these kids are going to be in trouble or not. You say that how did somebody get Sanders' number to make that prank call? Because only the coaches that were supposed to be making the calls and the front office people, apparently there was a coordinator for the Falcons, and I guess his son, the son got a hold of Daddy's phone and was able to take his number down, and he made that phone call. Now there were 2 kids in the room. And they actually have now released, they recorded it. They released the video of making that prank phone call. I don't know if the coordinator there at the Atlanta Falcons, will he be in trouble? Yeah, they're saying the NFL is investigating. And you've got the whole, I don't know, some states it's illegal to make calls and record them, right? And by releasing that video, it's quite obvious they recorded that call. So that'll be interesting to see. It's 844-844-3388. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Yeah, at the first of Brain Dead's call there, he was talking about a little memo that he had forwarded to me. Another company issuing the WARN notice, Quickway Transportation. That's the one he was talking about that hauls the milk, I guess, for Kroger down there. Has filed the official WARN notice with the Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce, notifying the agency of a permanent closure effective June 15. Total number of affected workers, 45. So this, the company's out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. The employees are not represented by a collective bargaining agreement. Let's see, the Northern Middle Local Workforce Development Board will be responsible for the oversight and continued follow-up of rapid response and dislocated worker services. So it was just a little short memo that had gone out. So as he was saying, nobody really knows what the heck's going on right now. What's happening? With that, let's head down to Florida, see how Philip's ready to kick off a new week. Here we go.
Yep, new week. Go drive the old train this week. So, how you doing tonight, buddy?
Not half bad. I'm dragging a little bit. Didn't get the rest I needed yesterday, that's for sure.
Oh, been there, done that many times. I just figured out something, Steve. It was an epiphany. I tell you, I know that word, epiphany. That's right, I'm from the South. I know that word, epiphany. Brain Dead. Now I know why he likes watching those daggone road races. I guess because them guys going around in a circle on a 2.5 mile an hour track put him to sleep. What do you think, Steve? You think that does that to him?
That's what he said. He said snooze fest.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. He should love that car. That car they got is nothing more than an IMSA car with a fancy body on it. So I mean, that's the same thing. So that car, the best track it runs on is a road course. The short tracks, they had problems with it. The intermediate tracks, the guys that come in crashes with it, it's too rigid. We're gonna break somebody's neck or cause concussions. On the big track, we can't get in the draft with it because of this and that. It's like everybody's complaining about that car. I think other than the car of tomorrow, I think this car has been the one that's been beat down the most out of all of them. I just find it funny. It's funny. And yesterday, Toyota, them boys were working together yesterday. I mean, they were working hard. I mean, Eagle probably saw this when he was watching the race. They were working hard. They got up there to the front. They had them up, all the Gibbs cars, all of them. They were all up there running in a line, doing great. Then next thing you know, Ross Chastain, now what's he drive? He drives that Chevy. He come out in front of them, just broke that mess up, and then they didn't know what to do after that. Denny Hamlin, all them guys were in the back for the rest of the day. So, and as far as that Xfinity race goes, I'll tell you what, that one boy that got spun out there toward the end, he got spun out because he was playing games and he needed to watch them race, man. You stay in line. Now, you watch Denny Hamlin and all those guys, they'll stay in line when they race. They stay in that line on that super speedway because you don't want to break the draft. And by the way, in that Talladega race yesterday, them boys, two boys there were up in front. They were helping each other. You know why? Because they wanted Ford in the front. Ford had the most power out of anybody over there this weekend. Did you notice that, Steve?
I did see a lot of that.
Yes. And he's talking about somebody's car going to the dyno. Well, they need to go to the dyno because I tell you what, when it comes in super speedways, Ford's got it going on. I don't know what they doing with their power. Oh, Yates or some of them guys, whoever's Roush Yates or whoever, Doug Yates or them guys, they don't know what they're doing, but they're making the power. They're putting it to the ground. And that's the big thing, Stephen, with that car. That's one thing some of us like about it is because it's unpredictable. Now, does it need a lot more development? Absolutely. And by the way, what was this comments about autonomous trucks earlier, Steve? Somebody's talking about autonomous trucks out there in Texas.
Yeah, they're running. I think it's there is a run from is it Houston to Dallas? I can't remember exactly what the route's going to be, but yeah, there's a couple of autonomous companies. One of which says they're ready to take. They've had a safety driver, like an actual human in the truck. Up to this point, one of those companies says they're ready to take the human element out, let them run the trucks fully autonomous.
Okay, so here's the way that I think it's going to work, Steve. Okay, first we got to develop the system, and we're going to make it semi-autonomous. All right, that goes good with the pun on semis. Okay, you're going to have somebody in there watching it do its job. The vehicle's going to do its job. It's going to go from point A to point B. That person is going to be in there merely to stop it. Now, in the event they have some kind of mechanical problems, that person can take over and drive it manually. Okay, that's what's going to start with the situation. As far as going full robot and all that, Skynet and all that mess, I don't think it's going to happen. In 28, I don't know where he got that date at, but man, I tell you what, man, seems like to me we're still working on it. Didn't we see a BMW car hit another person when they were showing off their cars and how they could drive autonomous?
Right.
I mean, come on. Now, the Tesla is probably the farthest ones along. I will say that. As far as the autonomous stuff goes, the Teslas are. But here's the thing. That supervised thing means it's supervised. When you get to a point, you get under a certain amount of mileage per hour, you're going to have to drive it. So that means you're on the city streets, you're going to be driving that Tesla. Now you get out here on the open road, out here like say where I'm at right now on I-4, you can open that booger up and let her go. But dig this out. Q-Ball made this reference a few months ago about Dodge and Solaris, how they're charging people for different things. You have the stuff already in your ECU or ECM on your car that, they can just make a change and you can, by what you pay for. It's the same way with Tesla. That auto drive, it's available in every car. But here's the kicker. You can't get it unless you pay for it. So you have to pay a monthly charge for that part of the service. See, and that's what a lot of people don't understand about Tesla. The majority of the people that have Teslas out here that are like me, and I don't have one, but people that are normal people that are driving them are paying monthly fees for crazy stuff for that car to do. Like the camera system. The camera system that's on the car, you have to pay a monthly fee for that to put it on your app. The auto drive. There's all kinds of features that the Tesla has that's amazing. But you can't have that availability to that feature unless you're paying for it a month. Now, you can buy a Tesla straight out, but to have them features, you still have to pay a monthly fee for them. And like charging it, you have to have a credit card on a Tesla account to charge your car at a Tesla charger. And I don't care where that charger is, if it's at a Wawa or if it's at a Target. So just thought I'd give a little info on that, Steve. I didn't know if anybody had even researched that kind of stuff. So, hey, Steve, have you noticed how things are slowing down in the markets now? I mean, as far as like the grocery markets, have you noticed anything with that? Things slowing down?
Yeah, as far as what? Not as many shoppers or what?
Well, you go and you look about product on the shelf.
Yeah.
I've been noticing for the last, even when Biden was in office, things are slowing down. I mean, you're not seeing as much product on the shelf anymore. And it kind of concerns me. I mean, when we get into the storm season, which is coming up, and we're a little bit more than a month away. It concerns me. And then when we see these tornado outbreaks out in Texas and Oklahoma and all these different places and flooding in different spots, that's not on the shelf, then people start panic buying, which is, I think, happening. I mean, even with this tariff stuff, there's a lot of people still panic buying, when they see these tariffs and everything. I've seen it a lot. And also, Steve, there's something else that a lot of people are not paying attention to right now. On Local 6 down here in our area, they just did a documentary on it. Have you noticed the homeless rates are going up, Steve? The homeless rates in a year have went up 42% in the major cities. I mean, has anybody really even looked at that, Steve? That's what's going on? I mean, we've gauged everything on the market, but nobody's done that one. So that's all I got today, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right, interesting stuff. No, I hadn't really seen anything about the homeless numbers going up. I wouldn't be surprised, but okay, we're going to get a news break in here. What do we have? It's 844-844-3388. All right, closing out the weekend. It's the greatest day of the week. Here comes a Monday. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine needs to happen soon. Rubio told NBC's Meet the Press that the U.S. may decide this week whether it will continue to mediate the peace process.
We have to make a determination about whether this is an endeavor that we want to continue to be involved in.
He went on to say that President Trump was helping bring the two sides closer than they've ever been, but there's still a ways to go. Rubio says the U.S. is reluctant to impose sanctions or other consequences on the parties involved because it could jeopardize the deal. The White House has requested the Supreme Court help with the administration's transgender military ban.
It requested the High Court lift an injunction which blocked the ban on openly transgender military service members. The White House says the injunction from the lower court usurps the authority of the president as commander-in-chief. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, back at it here on a Monday. Let me see them. According to ESPN, the Atlanta Falcons will not be taking action against their defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, in connection with his son making that prank call to Shedeur Sanders. So apparently, I guess the son is 21 years old. His name's Jax. Jax apparently was visiting mom and dad's place, and dad, again, the Falcons defensive coordinator, had an open iPad. And I guess the son saw that phone number via an email that had gone out to pretty much all the powers that be in the league, and this guy was on the list that the email had gone out to. It was the brand new phone number that Shedeur had got specifically for the draft. It was distributed to all coaches and personnel executives, so Jeff Ulbrich would have been on that list. I guess his son thought it would be a funny thing to do. So either way, the team's statement shifts all the blame from Jeff insulating him from the potential knowledge. In other words, he had no idea his son got that number and wrote it down with the intention of making that prank call. And it also eliminates the possibility that he was involved in any way in the prank. Anyway, it'd be interesting to see. So the Falcons aren't going to do anything. The NFL, I guess, could. I don't know what possible ramifications he could face there, but yeah. The look on Shadur's face, though, after the call ended, because he said, well, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. And he goes, well, what the hell did that mean? It means it was a prank. We were talking about several judges being arrested. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, gave some details Friday regarding the arrest of a Milwaukee County judge, Hannah Dugan. She is accused of aiding an illegal immigrant to evade capture by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. She's being charged with 2 federal felony counts, obstruction and concealing an individual, arrested Friday at the Milwaukee County Courthouse, according to the Journal-Sentinel. The illegal that she's accused of helping was a Mexican national, a 30-year-old Eduardo Flores Ruiz, who appeared in her courtroom back on the 18th. It was a pretrial conference. He's now listed as being in an Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility in Wisconsin, charged with 3 counts of misdemeanor battery, including modifiers for domestic violence that could subject him to enhanced punishment if convicted. But Bondi described what the judge did as truly horrific. She recounted that the 30-year-old man was actually being prosecuted for beating a man and woman to the point they had to be hospitalized. When the judge learned that ICE agents were outside the courtroom prepared to arrest him, she went to confront them. The judge, she says, screams at the immigration officers. She's furious, visibly shaken, upset. She sends him off to talk to the chief judge. But she comes back in the courtroom, and you're not going to believe this. She takes the defendant and the defense attorney back in her chambers, takes them out a private exit, and tells them to leave, while a state prosecutor and the victims of domestic violence are actually sitting in the courtroom. You can't make this stuff up, she said. Now, according to the arrest warrant, ICE agents chased Flores Ruiz on foot outside the courthouse and ultimately apprehended him. Bondi explained that when she and her colleagues at the Justice Department first heard about this incident, we couldn't believe a judge really did that. A further investigation says it warranted the decision to press charges. You cannot obstruct a criminal case. And really, shame on her. It was a domestic violence case of all cases, and she's protecting the criminal defendant over the actual victims of the crime. Friday morning, the judge was seen leaving the federal courthouse in Milwaukee, ultimately released on her own recognizance. The judge wholeheartedly regrets and protests her arrest, was the statement from her defense attorney, stating it was not made in the interest of public safety. Yeah. All right, taking the bad guys and protecting the bad guys. Hey, see what's going on with Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Shang, I was on something else. Yeah, all these judges need to be gone, and I'm just so glad that, finally, that's a good start right there. Really, it is. And for what she was doing, throw the book at her, take the bar away from her, put her behind the bars. The best thing that happened, and maybe the rest of these yahoos will take note and go with that. I've heard something tonight in your news just a bit ago. Got me pretty upset, and I don't like what I heard. We are going back to gender reaffirmation in our military. Did you hear that one?
Yeah, the gender reaffirmation care, I guess, for the transgender in the. I don't know what that's all about. How that came to fruition.
And that's supposed to be coming from some secretary of the military. And that's what got me is like I could understand a judge going rogue on us, but somebody with the Defense Department just it's just aggravating as hell to hear it. Really, it is. But I guess stranger things will happen. Everything they're trying to do, we got to stand against. Just like, or they got to stand against it. What was High Tech smoking tonight? Was he eating too many poppy seeds?
I don't know. Maybe he's been known to do that a time or two.
Steve, he is absolutely far in left field on these autonomous trucks. Can you just see flash freeze ice around the 275 loop? It's happened before in Cincinnati. Can you just imagine all these autonomous trucks that he says is supposed to be able to drive better than the human? And all of a sudden you got rain in the snow and flash freeze down. They ain't going to stay out of the ditch. They're going to beat their drivers to the ditches. Really, they are, because there ain't nobody that control them. I'm sorry, High Tech. You're wrong on this one. I've been wrong before, so keep it up. And your weather forecast that you've been talking about. More rain in our forecast? Steve,
yes.
We're about to the point we're going to have to get a swamp buggy like only the model of John Deere you were talking about the other night. We are out of the field. We're a month out right now. And it's getting worse. More and more rain. It's not going to dry up. It's going to get worse. I don't know. But just don't like that. But there's something else I have, but I guess I have a hang up. I'll talk to you later.
Oh, you're drawing.
Y'all have a good one.
That happens every once in a while. You just start drawing a blank. All right, I've got an answer to your first question there. Because I heard that blurb on the news where the Pentagon is going to resume gender-affirming care for transgender service members. An embarrassing setback for Defense Secretary Hegseth's efforts to restrict. The memo says the Defense Department is returning to the Biden-era medical policy due to a court order that struck down Hegseth's restrictions, saying it was unconstitutional. So it indeed is based on like one of these judges. The administration is appealing the move, but a federal appeals court in California denied their effort to halt the policy while this challenge is pending. As a result, the administration is barred from removing transgender service members or restricting their medical care, which was a priority of President Trump and Hegseth. The administration insisted their restrictions were geared toward people experiencing medical challenges related to gender dysphoria, but two federal judges said that policy was a thinly veiled ban on transgender people that violates the Constitution. The Trump administration on Thursday asked the Supreme Court to allow the Pentagon to ban transgender service members while the legal battle continued to play out. Both judges ordered the military to refrain from forcing out more than 1,000 transgender troops and to resume providing for their medical care, including surgical procedures, voice and hormone therapy. And this is just the latest move by the Pentagon, having to comply with the orders. But it does represent a headache for Hegseth. All right, it's 844-844-3388. See what Carl has on his mind this Monday morning. Carl?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Getting into Pete Hegseth there, just briefly, what's going on there. I'm hearing more information coming out about him using this app again. Even, I don't know if the Democrats are just putting this forward all the time or what's going on, but he's continually having to deny that he has left any information he shouldn't be leaving on the app, on this phone network. Now, back in the 80s, this is in the 80s, when I was in the Air Force, we had certain phone lines that we used. I mean, and even the Defense Department has even more secure lines. And the president, of course, has his own, too. And he doesn't have to use his cell phone to do things like that. I mean, they've got secure phone lines that they can use. And so I don't understand what this business is of putting people on a certain phone line, and an app is all about, It's just kind of weird why they would be doing that. But I'll just let it go at that on that. But getting into the Talladega issue on the races, I never have, this is my personal opinion, I don't really like the restrictor plate racing at all. I mean, I just have watched enough of it to where I can tell I don't even want to watch it. I wouldn't buy a ticket to it. I wouldn't go to the race. I wouldn't have anything to do with it, basically, because I'm just not interested in that type of racing. But as far as the going on with this Shadur Sanders goes, as well, the prank call business, that's something that the NFL is going to be investigating, and they'll come out and they'll probably find out that, this was a joke. And just as well as I've always been a Deion Sanders fan, always. That man was just as good every bit as Bo Jackson. Him and Bo played during the same period of time, basically. And they were playing baseball and NFL football at the same time and doing their thing. They were really good, both of them. Deion was good too in his own right. And sure, he's a showman, but he backed it up on the field, on every field he was on. He was even in Cincinnati playing for the Reds for a period of time. And that man was just as good as anybody. But Shadur, he's just another quarterback. He's just another quarterback that's out there trying to play the game, and he comes up with a good play every once in a while. But I wouldn't count on him being any Tom Brady by any means. That's just not going to happen. All right. I mean, the boy is okay, and he runs well and he passes well, but he's not excellent. And so that's the way that's going to be for him. But Kristi Noem, all right, I believe that they have found the person who has stolen her purse at the restaurant.
An illegal.
And yes, he was, of course, an illegal. And so now that's going to come up on that one. And so now we've got the judges, The judges issue here, as you've mentioned, this is absolutely just like the incompetent Joe Biden, These people have the Trump derangement syndrome, and they're going to continue doing their thing, what they want to do. And it's going to be, I just find it to be ridiculous, but they're just going to keep on doing it. And then they've asked Chuck Schumer about whether or not to impeach Trump.
Yep.
And he says, well, we can't do it right now because we don't have the Congress and the Senate to do it. Well, okay, that's what they're waiting on. Okay, they're waiting on doing that, getting the Congress and the Senate, or either just one, the Congress, to do a fake charade impeachment. That's what they want to do. Okay, and as far as the Trump tariffs goes, okay, it wouldn't bother me a bit. Now, I know that there are people out here who thinks that he shouldn't be doing it and this, that, and the other. And but my opinion is, okay, let him do his thing for a couple more months here, and let's check him out. That's 8 weeks. All right. He says that he's going to be doing some deals with countries within 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, right now. So we've got China. Let's just, in my opinion, okay, let's just quit trade with China since they're acting like they're going to quit trade with us. Let's just quit it. You know, don't do any more trade with them. As far as our beef goes, okay, we've got, shelves are going down, but when you start looking at it, the prices, when the prices go up on a pound of beef, have you noticed that? I mean, I know you have. I mean, it's ridiculous. Okay, when you look at the price and you can't buy a family pack of ribeyes, you know, I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. It gets up there around $40 for about 4 ribeyes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you're not going to be able to do that every day, and it's just a delicacy. You know, in other words, nowadays, and it used to be just like hamburger. You could go out and buy some ribeyes. But the thing is, don't buy something if it's too high. And these stores are going to experience, which they are already, and that's why they're not filling up the shelves with the beef and the fresh meat products. Okay, they are perishable. Okay, they have to throw them away. When they don't sell them, they have to throw them away. And so that's their loss on that. Okay, it's not your loss. It's not my loss. It's the store's loss. Okay, so they're going to have to start thinking about what they're doing to lower the price so people can walk in there and buy the stuff. Okay, and this business about the tariffs, it goes along with the same thing. Okay, with China and all the rest of these countries. If you cannot afford it, don't buy it. And that's my opinion. Don't be scraping yourself and trying to decide, well, okay, yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and buy this because I think I need it. Well, there are alternatives out there for a couple of months. People just going to have to buckle up and do what they need to do here. And let's see what happens in a couple months. If it don't work, then maybe he needs to think about doing something else. Okay, but as far as my opinion goes on that, I'm not going to change my opinion on it. Okay, I think he ought to just drop trade.
You're saying
drop trade with China.
Patience is the word, right? All right, Carl. Thank you very much. Yeah, Kirsty Nomad. Yeah, the man arrested for stealing her purse is an illegal immigrant. According to the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, over the weekend, they say there's another illegal connected to the crime. There's no indication that they actually targeted Kirsty Nome. Like, that was my question. Did they even know who she was? According to the report, there's no indication it was because they knew who she was. It was just a nice-looking purse. Adding that Immigration and Customs Enforcement is now involved in action against the thieves who made off with the purse. $3,000 in cash, her driver's license, medication, apartment keys, blank checks. President Trump's direction to us is we charge these folks that are here illegally, and we prosecute them as well as deport them when need be. as soon as that can happen. What I can tell you is he won't be back on the streets of America. Apparently, the thief was strategic in distracting Noam, wearing the COVID-era face mask, reportedly used his foot to drag her purse from under the chair. This was not an amateur. This was a person, a thief, who knew how to do this, they say. You could see how he scouted the room out. Of course, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary is protected by the Secret Service. For the safety of our agents and officers, we're not in a position to confirm or comment at this particular time, according to the Secret Service. Should criminal charges be filed, the Homeland Security Department will provide information in accordance with protocol. But the thief walked into the restaurant there, walked past two plainclothes Secret Service officers that were sitting at the bar on his way to her upstairs table. Sat down next to the family's table, put his foot on her purse to kind of drag it toward himself, swiftly picked it up, tucked it under his jacket as he walked out past the Secret Service agents. Pretty brazen. Now, she could feel this person as they snagged her bag, but thought they were her grandkids playing around until realizing a minute later that her bag was gone. Her bag was under her feet. The perpetrator hooked the bag with his foot, drug it across the floor, put a coat over it, and out the door he went. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Well, we got a Monday coming on, the greatest day of the week. We'll take care of a news break as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including trained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot's secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is criticizing President Trump after allegations his administration deported an American child. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer said the administration is violating the rule of law and Americans are not happy.
This is not the only instance. There are reportedly other instances where U.S. citizen children were deported without any due process.
Schumer was asked about the possibility of impeaching Trump, but he said it's too soon to decide whether that should be considered, given that Democrats don't control either House of Congress. The Pentagon is restarting gender-affirming care for transgender service members.
A Defense Department memo dated April 21st says the department will restore surgical procedures and cross-sex hormone therapy. The memo was signed by the Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for Health Affairs and says service members and all other covered beneficiaries 19 years of age or older may receive appropriate care for their diagnosis of gender dysphoria. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump says he's spoken with Chinese President Xi Jinping about making a trade deal.
In an interview with Time magazine, Trump said Xi called him to talk about trade and said he didn't think it was a sign of weakness. China has denied there have been any talks with the U.S. regarding trade. Meanwhile, Trump said trade deals with other nations are about 3 to 4 weeks away. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump says America should not have to pay to travel through the Panama and Suez canals.
Over the weekend, Trump made a post on social media asking Secretary of State Marco Rubio to, quote, immediately take care of and memorialize the situation. The president has been saying for months that he wants to take control of the Panama Canal from Panama, claiming the trade route is secretly controlled by China. In his message, Trump added that U.S. military and commercial ships should be able to travel through Egypt's Suez Canal free of charge. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
A 19-year-old mother and her boyfriend have been indicted in the death of her 4-year-old son.
Little Ja'Kai Smith died at Nationwide Children's Hospital earlier this month, and now a Franklin County grand jury has indicted his 19-year-old mother, Kaylee Smith Parks, and 20-year-old Linwood Allison on aggravated murder and at least 20 counts of child endangerment each. Investigators say the 4-year-old was locked in his room and malnourished in a report last month. I'm Jack Crumley.
A leaked White House memo suggests the Trump administration may be defunding one of the services from the 988 Suicide Prevention and Crisis Hotline.
A memo dated April 10th indicates that the LGBTQ plus youth subnetwork could be eliminated. Mental health and LGBTQ advocacy groups are among those criticizing the possible action. A 2024 survey by suicide prevention advocacy group The Trevor Project shows that nearly 40% of LGBTQ plus youth had considered suicide, and more than 10% had attempted. I'm Brian Shook.
Texas lawmakers are serious about changing the name of the New York strip steak.
A hearing was held this week on legislation that seeks to turn it into the Texas strip steak. State Senator Kevin Sparks says that Texas is tops in the nation when it comes to beef production, with more than 4 million head of cattle. The bill encourages restaurants and grocery stores to adopt the Texas strip steak name and calls on the Agriculture Department to adjust their marketing materials to highlight the change. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, gotta love it. Welcome aboard as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. And hello to Rubber Duck. Joined us about an hour ago. Home sweet home for me. What a beautiful day. Just hanging outside. And just glad I wasn't the 144th pick when I was supposed to be the first round pick. Okay. Our number, 844-844-3388. Somebody been missing in action. What's been happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Did you get my email I sent you on Friday?
Yeah, you were looking for a show on Saturday morning. You thought I took the night off or something.
Dude, man. Steve, I'll tell you what. Either between the range, right? A little lack of sleep, but it has been crazy out there. And Wednesday and Thursday, or true Wednesday and Thursday, right? I didn't get to listen to none of the show, man. Nada.
Wow. Just busy all night long.
Yeah. And I don't know what the heck I was thinking. Friday, I woke up. I think I remember Thursday driving home. Got home a little late, and thought I'll be able to call in tomorrow. I'm off. Waiting for the show to come on. No notification. I'm like, man, what the hell? I sent you. I even message Shan, text is worse feathers. Oh. Well, hell getting old, Steve, I guess, man. We're down to 1 year, and what's the date today? 28th?
28th.
So 30 days in this month. 1 year, 2 days. All right, man. We got to talk about these judges getting arrested, Steve. This is a big deal, man. Let me tell you, there's more to coming. Steve, this is absolutely a big deal. Listen, man. These judges got a rude awakening coming. So do these attorneys, these deportation attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
They got a rude awakening coming. A lot of evidence, Steve. A lot of evidence showing these attorneys and judges involved in human trafficking. This is just the beginning. I mean, think about what you just read out of that female judge out there.
Yep.
That was trying to hide this guy when she's got the victims of this crime sitting in her courtroom. Can't make this stuff up. That other judge and his wife that was arrested, Steve, they were harboring these MS-13 members in their house.
From Venezuela. 3 of them, yeah. No, he's
They
trying
took them to a gun range.
He's trying to say he had no idea that they were gang members, you know. They're okay.
Well, see, his cell phone tells a different story. Okay. Steve, why would you bash your cell phone into little pieces? like Hillary Clinton did all them blackberries, took a hammer to them.
Bleach bit.
Well, why would a judge try to destroy evidence, Steve? He knows. He's a judge, man. He knows what he's doing. Oh, Steve, I hope that if they are found guilty, that they are sent to El Salvador. If they want to save a bunch of MS-13 members, send them to El Salvador. Put them in prison with these MS-13 members. They could save them in prison down there. That's my thought. So, it's taken a while. I told, man, remember I said, be patient, be patient. It's coming. Steve, I don't know if you talked about this or not. This is big news. Big news. Probably, I don't know if the news has even been covering it too much or not, but what did Russia go and do a few days ago? They bombed Kyiv.
Right.
See, this is a big deal. It's the first time since this war broke out between them two, and bombs have fell on Kyiv.
So I didn't realize that they had not hit Kyiv to this point. But, I mean, I guess what I'm seeing is Trump's beginning to wonder if Putin actually is really wanting to end the war.
Steve, I wouldn't put it past Trump to know that this was going to happen. To expedite ending this war, so to say. Steve, all that money, right? All our taxpayers' money that went over to Monica. And here's another thing. That Emergency War Act over there has expired. That's why he was not holding elections. Monica is in trouble, Steve. Now, all that money we've been sending over there has been going to these daggone oligarchs over there.
Mm-hmm.
All these rich Keys have been acting like there ain't even no war going on, Steve. They've been living the high life over there. Once these oligarchs start realizing that, hey, our town's getting bombed, this is going to change things. It's going to put the pressure on Monica to step up, or they're going to get rid of him, Steve. One way or another. This is a big deal, I'm telling you. Just keep an eye on this. What else is big news? Eagle, chill out a little bit on the terrorists, man. Listen, dude. I get it. Steve, if we do not, COVID woke us up to this, man. If we do not get away from China, right, we have to get relief and stop relying on China for all our goods, man.
Mm-hmm.
It has to stop. So their economy can't sustain it. He can't look weak. I remember in your little news break here that the leader of China came out and was saying, this don't make me look weak, because he can't look weak. That's why he's doing all this. And if he keeps doing this, he's going to lose. Trump said, man, no pain, no gain. We're going to feel some pain. And don't throw in the white towel because we feel a little pain here. I'm willing to sacrifice if I have to. We got to win this. And I'm kind of with Eagle a little bit. I'm putting my trust in Trump here, man. I mean, this is Major League Chess going on, right? It's well over 30,000 feet well over my head, man. What's going on here? So I got to put my trust in Trump, that he knows what he's doing, and the people advising him. So we'll see. It's not all I got, bud. Other than I am glad to be off, man. I got a Kelly day tomorrow. Vacation day Tuesday, off Wednesday, Thursday. Took next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. Then I'm off Monday, Tuesday. I don't go back till Wednesday the 7th. So, cut the grass today. Weather was nice. Tomorrow, it looks like the weather's even going to be nicer. I had to really raise him. Man, Steve, I threw that thing on, gave the grass some vitamins, right? The dandelion killer. That grass is just booming.
Growing, yep.
Yeah, so I had to raise the blade, and I'm going to have to cut it again tomorrow to shorten it down a little bit, which I don't mind. Get out and get some exercise done. But what are they talking, like 5 days straight of rain? I think, if I'm not mistaken. So, it is what it is that time of year. All right, brother. I appreciate you taking the call, man. I wasn't dodging you on purpose.
I figured you must have been really busy. That's.
Yeah, man. Warm weather. The natives are restless. I will tell you that. Man, hey, Junior's back tonight, right?
28th was supposed to be his return to duty date.
Right. So when we come back tonight, your 29th, he should be getting off. So maybe you can turn them overheads on again, either tonight or tomorrow for him. Let's welcome him back.
There you go.
So I get back to work. I'll do a couple with you. So, all right, Steve, I appreciate it, man.
All right, forgot about that. Yeah, back to work. Is he going to know how to do his job, right? Yeah, the update in regards to Russia, Ukraine. Russia launched a sweeping drone assault and airstrikes across Ukraine overnight into Sunday. According to officials, after President Trump cast some doubt over Vladimir Putin's willingness to actually end the war. 3 people died, 4 others wounded Sunday morning in airstrikes in the Donetsk region. Another person died, and a 14-year-old girl wounded in a drone attack in another city, another region, which was hit hard for the 3rd consecutive night. But this just hours after Russia claimed to have regained control over the remaining parts of the Kursk region, which Ukrainian forces seized in that surprise incursion last August. Ukrainian officials said the fighting in the Kursk is still ongoing. But over the weekend, Saturday, Trump said he doubts Putin wants to end the 3-year war. New skepticism that a peace deal can actually be reached. It was only one day before that he said the Ukraine and Russia were very close to a deal. But Trump wrote in a Truth Social post, there was no reason for Putin to be shooting missiles into civilian areas, cities, and towns over the last few days. He was flying back to the U.S. after attending the Pope's funeral at the Vatican, where he did apparently meet briefly with Vladimir Zelensky. Now, the Trump-Zelensky conversation on the sidelines of the Pope's funeral, their first face-to-face encounter since they had that argument, that heated discussion there at the Oval Office back in February. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, we do have some industry headlines we'll get into here coming up. As in the list of overwhelming data refuting the long purported myth about a truck driver shortage. It just continues to grow with a newly published report from the OOIDA Research Foundation. Just adding on to what they've been saying for years and years. Give you more on that coming up here. Let's see, you hanging in there, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. I got I'm going to talk about some other things, Steve. I don't think you've gone over this yet. There's some developing news over the weekend with a judge. I forgot what state this occurred in, but the judge was supposed to place this individual in the custody of the border patrol people at the courtroom, and she let the guy go. I think he was Mexico or either El Salvador, or Honduras. Instead of handing him over to Tom Homan's people, and Tom Homan, they're not playing games with this immigration. I got another story to tell you after this one. Tom Homan placed this judge under arrest, and I think she's still in jail as we speak. I don't know if she got out or if she had a bond or what, but they're not going to tolerate these judges, Steve, backing up these criminals. Just like the senator that went down to El Salvador. This woman, she allowed this man to go. He was illegally in the country, and I think he was involved in gang activity too. And she had the nerve to try to let this guy leave the courtroom.
Right.
And now she might end up losing her job. If there's any kind of justice, she'll lose her job. But I got a feeling the Democrats will probably try to back that up too. And now another story that happened over the weekend, Steve, is this situation with let me see, what was that? Ella, maybe you could check on that. I heard about this tonight. A nightclub in Colorado, I think in the Denver, Colorado area. These idiots were having a party, about 200 people, and they said that these people were from El Salvador, and these were known gang MS-13 in Trinity, Iraq I thought they got them out of that Colorado, but I guess they're still there. But they raided the nightclub. They raided the club while these guys were having a party, and you should have seen them guys running out of there like rats when the Tom Homan's people got there. But they had the police waiting for them in the parking lot. They set them up, and they arrested all of them, all 200. And I don't know if they're gonna send them back to El Salvador, Honduras, but they had a raid on this bar, a nightclub, and they arrested over 200 of those people. So Tom Homan is not playing games with this situation, and these judges that are backing these people up. It's hard to believe, Steve. Here's another part of the story that I was trying to get to you at in the first phone call that I didn't have a chance to say. Is this scenario, Steve? See, here's the problem with Trump. Like I said, I want Trump to be the best and to do the right thing. Because, see, what's happening now, Steve, Donald Trump is losing support with even some of his strongest people. We already know the Democrats don't like him. But now a lot of Republicans are saying to themselves, especially if these tariffs don't go the right way, and he loses out and we go into a recession and a lot of people lose their job, that's going to be the death blow. A lot of people are going to go back to voting for Democrats, unfortunately, in the 26 midterms, and that's going to make life miserable for Donald Trump and the Republicans for those final 2 years. And then even worse than that is that if it really goes downhill those final 2 years, we could be stuck with another Democratic president. And you already see, Steve, that these Democrats won't open borders. They want illegal people in the country. I've never seen it. I never thought in my life that these people would be fighting for a man to stay in the country that's here illegally and that are criminals. But the Democrats, they've shown what their true colors are. They care more about an illegal than their own American people. So if they get back in the White House in 28, Steve, that's it. The United States is done. We're finished. Because the Democrats are going to see to it. You could best believe whoever that person is in 28, I guarantee you the first thing they do when they get in the White House is open the border back up again and change everything that Donald Trump has done over these last 4 years. And we're going to be stuck right back where we was with Joe Biden for another 4 years and maybe even longer than that. So that's the reason why I want Donald Trump to do good, because if he doesn't do good, we might be stuck with another Democratic president. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, just like Pappy said a few minutes ago there, Eagle, just had to have patience. I don't think he was listening when he was on hold. Do you? 29 past the hour. All right, so we get a news break coming up here. As I mentioned, we'll come back with industry headlines, the latest from the Research Foundation. The latest report entitled The Churn. A brief look at the roots of high driver turnover in U.S. trucking. There's that old term, the churning of drivers. We'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine needs to happen soon. Rubio told NBC's Meet the Press that the U.S. may decide this week whether it will continue to mediate the peace process.
We have to make a determination about whether this is an endeavor that we want to continue to be involved in.
He went on to say that President Trump was helping bring the two sides closer than they've ever been, but there's still a ways to go. Rubio says the U.S. is reluctant to impose sanctions or other consequences on the parties involved because it could jeopardize the deal. The White House has requested the Supreme Court help with the administration's transgender military ban.
It requested the High Court lift an injunction which blocked the ban on openly transgender military service members. The White House says the injunction from the lower court usurps the authority of the president as commander-in-chief. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, more and more research to the list of overwhelming data refuting the myth about a driver shortage. This latest report takes on what OOIDA considers to be a dangerous, false narrative of a driver shortage that undercuts pay and hinders healthy industry growth. Statement released just last week, April 25. Churn and turnover are the problem, not a shortage of drivers. The report, like so many others, report notes that despite claims of a driver shortage from mega carriers and big trucking, the industry continues to see the alarmingly high annual turnover rate, sometimes more than 90% at major truckload carriers. Established and accepted standards of a genuine labor shortage normally lead to wage increases and improved working conditions. However, trucking remains ensnared in this paradox where such market conditions are unable to overcome the deeply rooted structural and economic factors which fuels this driver churn. Barriers to getting out of the trap. These factors continue to perpetuate the high turnover in trucking. Number one, extreme competition. Intense competition prevents carriers from raising wages without risking business loss. Labor supply inflation. Industry and government initiatives continue to increase the labor pool, artificially suppressing wages. Regulatory loopholes. The overtime exemption and misclassification practices suppresses market wages. Limited bargaining power. Drivers, often fragmented and powerless, struggle to negotiate better conditions. And then lastly, information asymmetry. Many new drivers enter the industry under misconceptions about earnings and conditions that just fuels this turnover cycle. The analysis concludes more needs to be done to address the distorted systemic reasons causing such high turnover in order for market forces to move toward a sustainable balance. OOIDA agrees and says the shortage myth does harm the industry, highway safety, and it may prevent truck driving as a career from being a viable, desirable long-term occupation. The churn. All right, we got a Monday, and Vic, what's happening, Vic?
Oh, a whole lot of everything, really. There, I'm going to talk about the Talladega race there just a little bit. I didn't watch that much of it, but I've seen that blocking effort, and that sent me to look into the rule book to see exactly, where that one guy jumped out in front of, I think it was a Toyota bunch or whatever. And so when I looked at the rule book, it was kind of funny. NASCAR does have a rule against that, but it's up to the discretion of the race stewards or whatever they called it. And oddly enough, in the rule book, it says that they have to race 100% all out all the time. And although they haven't ever fined anybody for jumping out in front like that and blocking people and creating a dangerous situation, they did find some people. I forget what group it was, but the team was told just to lay back and stay out of accidents, and they wound up winning the race. And NASCAR did fine them for that because they weren't racing 100% all out. And of course, each racing, the open wheel racing is really like the Indy cars and stuff. They're really strong on people getting out there in the way of traffic, knowing good and well they're going to block everything up because they're open wheel and open, I guess you call it cockpit or whatever, and injuries can be a whole lot more severe. But I just, that's why I don't much watch any of that NASCAR stuff anymore. It's like who survives the most races, and it just isn't appealing to me anymore. But anyway, what I called about was this whole defense thing that's going on there with Pete Hexus, and that's kind of a overall indicator of what's going on within this Trump administration. The second one, there's a lot of peripheral issues that the left keeps trying to make into mainstream issues, and they're talking all this about the with Pete Hexus and that call and everything else. And then they find out that back in the Biden era, he's the one that brought that Signal app in there, and they said it was secure. And if you call somebody, if you have an Android and you call somebody on the Apple system, there's a flaw in there somehow that can actually be interjected in. Whether the Chinese put it in the Apple chips whenever they made the Apple phones or whatever, I don't know. And it really isn't secure. And exactly, why they were still, why Hexas was using it, I don't know. But the other thing they tried to say was he shared it with his family or something. And I find that really, if that actually happened, that's unforgivable, because Hexas has to be on his A game, and only certain people are supposed to have access to secure information and a battle plan. So he's definitely going to have, if that's true, he's going to have to tighten up his game. But the big thing was that Hexas, remember what Hexas' number one goal was? He wants the Department of Defense to pass an audit for the first time in, I've forgotten how many years. So that means that he's going to be looking at places to cut down on expenses, improve the whole thing. And there's a lot of people, regardless of their political affiliation, that really aren't too anxious to have that to happen. So to me, that's one of the reasons they're going after Hexas so strong. And the other thing is, there are odd things that's going on within the defense industry. I was just reading about a contract.
And I think either his battery died, or we lost Vic. Flip of the switch. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hey, real quick, a driver in Indiana says he's going to retire early, and I don't blame him, after winning the fourth largest jackpot in Hoosier Lotto history. An unnamed truck driver who lives in Perry County, Indiana, claiming a $42.5 million Hoosier Lotto jackpot. Lottery officials say the truck driver actually won a free ticket after matching 2 out of 6 numbers on a previous drawing, and then redeemed that free ticket at On the Fly in Tell City for the March 12th drawing. After scanning the free ticket at a grocery store, the driver learned he had matched all 6 numbers. You need to contact the Hoosier Lottery to claim your prize. Unable to believe that he hit the jackpot, he later asked a co-worker to scan the ticket with the Hoosier Lottery app, and then had a family member print out the winning numbers from a convenience store terminal. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I cannot believe it. I keep thinking I'm going to wake up and find out this is all a dream. After collecting his prize, the truck driver plans to retire early to spend more time watching Indiana University and Tell City High School basketball and riding his motorcycle. The things we all kind of dream of, right? The big win. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Did you say Pup won the lottery?
No, not Pup, no.
Oh, all right. I thought you said Pup won the lottery out there, was going to retire early. All right, just checking. Anyway. So I heard you talking about that judge there that took the person there that was on trial in their court, and their defense attorney, and snuck him into the chambers to sneak him out the back door.
Right.
Boy, does that judge need to be removed from the bench, to have any legal type things be disbarred from any legal type things? And what do you think that maybe if somebody harbors one of these illegal fugitives, maybe they should be prosecuted for the same thing that the fugitive's being prosecuted for, and get the same sentence? I don't know. Do you think you should have to renounce your citizenship if you harbor illegal aliens? Maybe it's a consideration. Maybe that would make people fess up a little bit if they want to stay in this country. I don't know, but got to do something about these people. I mean, it's bad enough having the lawbreakers here, but having our supposed high overpriced legal system harbor the illegal aliens being here, that's a whole nother story. That's above and beyond. So that's on the lines of treason, isn't it, Your Honor? Just asking. But anyway, there. So what else? Well, I guess I missed what Rainmaker's call. I guess I'll have to go back and hear that. I heard Plowboy talking about that. That sounds like it might have been an interesting call. Maybe we'll have to get ourselves in the right frame of mind there. Use some devices or something there, or something extracurricular to get ourselves in the right frame of mind to listen to high tech's call. What do you think?
Right.
Anyway,
so you're not on board with high tech either on that, huh?
I haven't heard the call yet. I gotta go back and find out what he said.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering what do we have to use a couple of the left-handed cigarettes or have a couple good belts or something
he was saying
to get in the right frame of mind?
He said today is the day that all truck drivers are going to be witnessing their demise. The autonomous trucks rolling in Texas.
Yeah, well, they've kind of been starting that. At some point, things like that are going to happen, but I don't know. It's still going to be a little ways off, but at some point, bit by bit. I mean, it happens in the ports every day. I mean, these little container movers take containers from the cranes to the stackers, and from the stackers to the cranes, and so I mean, yeah, every day it's getting to be bit by bit more. And of course, that was what the longshoremen were fighting against when they wanted their 77% pay increase that they wanted when they were trying to do their strike. Anyways, but yeah, in a day it's all coming. But I did see one. I think it was from overseas somewhere. It was like a self-driving trailer. It wasn't a truck. Didn't have any truck to it. It just had power underneath like we talked. It's just got a little power unit that hooks up to the fifth wheel and the kingpin, and it drives the trailer down the road. And, well, it had a motorcycle stuck to the side of it going down the road. No motorcycle rider, just a motorcycle going right down the road. So I don't know. There's still more bugs to be worked out, and apparently somebody who's supposed to be watching the cameras was out getting a McDonald's burger or something, not paying attention to what was going on around side it. But anyways, I guess if Plowboy needs to get rid of a little bit of water there, they want to start bottling some of it up and send it up here to the Mid-Atlantic, Northeast here. As far as I know, I would assume Saturday we had some good rain all day during the day Saturday, off and on showers, so I would assume that helped with those fires out there in south central Pennsylvania there up in the mountains in the state lands. I haven't heard if they've got them all the way out yet, but I know as of Friday night, Saturday morning, they were still rotating crews in and out trying to keep working on them and protecting exposures. But anyway, Saturday we were able to get the fire truck out there. We had a rural water supply drill that was put on with about 10 different departments there in the northeast corner of our county and southeastern Pennsylvania, and had a pretty good turnout, and actually got to go over and help participate and help them with their water supply drill. Did a little support part there for them with the old fire truck, and she got to pump and run water, and radiator seems like it's staying a little cooler. I added another piece of the fan shroud, a band to make the fan be more enclosed, so hoping that keeps my cooling issue at bay a little bit, but we're going to have to run it a little bit more to see what else it does. So, but But as far as Saturday went, it ran good. So looking forward to having a good summer. And Saturday morning I get this text message. I'm not planning on getting up early because even though I had a load on the trailer to deliver that was actually another guy's load from Friday, I was going to that water supply drill, so I was going to sleep in a little bit, and I get this text message, hey, how come Steve's not on the air?
Yeah.
Like,
it's like, hey, Pappy, it's Saturday morning.
Well, I still wasn't awake enough to figure it out, so I'm saying, oh, man, I'm oversleeping. What the heck's going on? And I start checking the date because I'm sure it's Saturday, but then again, I'm not sure. And, yeah, it's Saturday. And I'm like, I text him back and I say, because it's Saturday? And so anyways, that was pretty funny. But yeah, I was still up at 5 o'clock in the morning there to get going and do everything. And but after I got done with the water supply drill, I came home, took a nap, had a load to deliver, and, well, since I was already out, I started my Monday work. So I got the first of my 2 Monday loads done yesterday, so I'm actually got my second Monday load loaded now, and I'm headed to deliver it. So we're on a pretty good roll here for a Monday morning there. We'll see how all this works out. Maybe Captain Ron isn't all wrong. Maybe today could possibly be the greatest day of the week, the way things are starting. But we don't want to jinx it there, Your Honor, so don't tell nobody. But other than that, Pappy said it was the 28th of April. You know what that means, Your Honor? That means there's less than 2 weeks to Mother's Day. I'll let you finish the rest of that. Anyways, we'll let you go out there and do your due diligence, and as I say, I'll let you finish the rest of that statement I just made.
There you go.
But, we'll talk at you later.
That means convoy time is just around the corner. You have time to make your donation for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Yeah, I know. I think donations seem to be running a bit behind this year compared to previous years. Unless saw some significant action over the weekend. I think it was only at like $700 and some. Hot Shot Secret is matching dollar for dollar up to $5,000 in donations for the Hot Shot Secret team there. So, all right, we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Horse Feathers mentioned had a little bit of rain over the weekend. And it looks like you may have more opportunities for some rain later this week. Following a round of dry weather as you start the week that'll last into the start of Tuesday. That next front, in association with some rain and thunderstorms, arrives Tuesday night and early Wednesday. While this front can, again, bring some locally heavy rain and even a threat of severe weather for some, it's actually going to be tending to lose energy and moisture as it approaches the Atlantic coast. Behind the front later Wednesday, looks like another round of gusty winds will be in store. So you'll have lower humidity levels and once again increasing the risk for fires, especially in southern New England. Now, depending on the progress of another storm and front late in the week, it's possible there may be a third opportunity for fire danger in the region during the first weekend of May coming up here. Despite the rounds of dry, gusty winds in the wake of these storms and fronts, there will be a few opportunities for some much-needed rain in the region. According to the Drought Monitor, Thursday morning severe drought conditions are still present in portions of Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Temperature swings, and you could even, they're telling us the risk of some frost this week. Accompanying those rounds of rain and then drier weather will be some wild temperature swings. So you'll see the mercury rise into the 80s some days and then dive into the 60s the next. Now, the first cool down as we wrap up the weekend and start the work week will then be replaced by a real surge in temperatures come Tuesday afternoon. Temperatures are going to rise well into the 80s as far north as New York City. But as quick as it warms up, it cools back down for the middle and end of the week. Plus there is a late season frost possibility over the course of a couple of nights in those normally cooler enclaves in the interior northeast. Tonight could be one as we speak, and then Wednesday night, and maybe again coming up late this weekend. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is criticizing President Trump after allegations his administration deported an American child. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer said the administration is violating the rule of law and Americans are not happy.
This is not the only instance. There are reportedly other instances where U.S. citizen children were deported without any due process.
Schumer was asked about the possibility of impeaching Trump, but he said it's too soon to decide whether that should be considered, given that Democrats don't control either House of Congress. The Pentagon is restarting gender-affirming care for transgender service members.
A Defense Department memo dated April 21st says the department will restore surgical procedures and cross-sex hormone therapy. The memo is signed by the Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for Health Affairs and says service members and all other covered beneficiaries 19 years of age or older may receive appropriate care for their diagnosis of gender dysphoria. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump says he's spoken with Chinese President Xi Jinping about making a trade deal.
In an interview with Time magazine, Trump said Xi called him to talk about trade and said he didn't think it was a sign of weakness. China has denied there have been any talks with the U.S. regarding trade. Meanwhile, Trump said trade deals with other nations are about 3 to 4 weeks away. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump says America should not have to pay to travel through the Panama and Suez canals.
Over the weekend, Trump made a post on social media asking Secretary of State Marco Rubio to, quote, immediately take care of and memorialize the situation. The president has been saying for months that he wants to take control of the Panama Canal from Panama, claiming the trade route is secretly controlled by China. In his message, Trump added that U.S. military and commercial ships should be able to travel through Egypt's Suez Canal free of charge. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
A 19-year-old mother and her boyfriend have been indicted in the death of her 4-year-old son.
Little Ja'Kai Smith died at Nationwide Children's Hospital earlier this month, and now a Franklin County grand jury has indicted his 19-year-old mother, Kaylee Smith Parks, and 20-year-old Linwood Allison on aggravated murder and at least 20 counts of child endangerment each. Investigators say the 4-year-old was locked in his room and malnourished in a report last month. I'm Jack Crumley.
A leaked White House memo suggests the Trump administration may be defunding one of of the services from the 988 Suicide Prevention and Crisis Hotline.
A memo dated April 10th indicates that the LGBTQ plus youth subnetwork could be eliminated. Mental health and LGBTQ advocacy groups are among those criticizing the possible action. A 2024 survey by suicide prevention advocacy group The Trevor Project shows that nearly 40% of LGBTQ plus youth had considered suicide, and more than 10% had attempted. I'm Brian Shook.
Texas lawmakers are serious about changing the name of the New York strip steak.
A hearing was held this week on legislation that seeks to turn it into the Texas strip steak. State Senator Kevin Sparks says that Texas is tops in the nation when it comes to beef production, with more than 4 million head of cattle. The bill encourages restaurants and grocery stores to adopt the Texas strip steak name and calls on the Agriculture Department to adjust their marketing materials to highlight the change. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, what do you say? Final hour. Here we go on a Monday. S&D Truck and Phil back on board. I hope you enjoyed a few days off there, Phil. Happy Monday, he says. Best day of the week. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. After a recharge week off, we're out here ready to go. 47 degrees is where we start things off, warming to 77 at Fort Wayne. Not a bad day. Starting off at 49, warming to 75 in Newaygo, Michigan. Roll on, Knucklebuster, as we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back once again. Have a great week. There you go, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Earlier we were conversations. Eagle mentioned his concerns with the tariffs, things slowing down. Is the president doing the right thing? Pappy says, I share your concerns, but patience. Scratching my groin says, Steve, I'm pretty sure President Trump has a better handle on this than us drivers out here. Now, retired or active, if it gets too bad, I'm sure he'll contact Big Bird. But U.S. and China tariff tensions, yes, continue to dominate the focus, with signs of de-escalation mounting, even as the president seems to be sending some mixed signals on the state of relations. Friday, reports were emerging that China quietly rolled back tariffs on some U.S. semiconductors, easing pressure on their tech sector, along with certain U.S. pharmaceuticals. Bloomberg reported that Beijing is also weighing tariff relief on medical gear and chemicals. Now this, as China has kind of struck a privately defiant tone, and Trump sowing some confusion, claiming that he has spoke with the Chinese President Xi Jinping, which they're denying, stating China and the U.S. are not having any consultation or negotiations on tariffs. The U.S. should stop creating confusion. That was the word from the Chinese embassy in Washington via social media. Trump kind of added to the mixed messages later Friday when he said he would drop tariffs on China unless Beijing gives the U.S. something substantial in return. Now, even as the bluster continued, the signs of a walkback kind of boosting Wall Street's hopes for further de-escalation after the intense back and forth. China in recent weeks raised their duties, as we know all the numbers there. Meanwhile, the Treasury Secretary suggested a U.S.-South Korea trade deal could happen this week, praising South Korea's approach. In an interview with Time magazine Friday, Trump said he expects many trade deals to fall in place over the next 3 or 4 weeks. Investors are also focused on other key tariffs as well as delays and exemptions. Trump's reportedly planning an exemption on some auto part levies after suspending duties on some consumer tech, even as he insists these tariffs will eventually come to fruition. Now, the White House, as we shared Friday, ordered a probe into truck imports, kind of paving the way for tariffs on that sector. But the baseline 10% tariff that went in effect April 5 is in place for all affected imports into the U.S. Some of the latest updates as the policy kind of reverberates around the world. They tell us air freight managers and container port operators are starting to see the impacts of the trade war, both of them noticing a steep decline in goods shipped from China. Logistics Group said container bookings to the U.S. have fallen sharply since the introduction of 145% tariffs on Chinese imports. The ports of Los Angeles, the main route of entry for goods from China, expects scheduled arrivals in the week starting May 4th to be a third lower than a year ago. Air freight handlers have also reported falls in bookings. Bookings for standard 20-foot shipping containers from China to the U.S., 45% lower than a year ago, according to the latest available data from the container tracking service Vision. Now, Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce said the upheaval in U.S.-China trade flows reflected traders kicking decisions down the road as they wait to see how quickly Washington and Beijing can reach some sort of a deal. A survey of ICC members conducted in more than 60 countries after Trump's April 2nd Liberation Day tariff announcement showed expectations that trade would be permanently impacted, whatever the result of coming negotiations. Meanwhile, members of Trump's cabinet giving some conflicting messages on Sunday about whether negotiations with China are actually taking place. The Trump administration signaled openness last week to de-escalating the trade war that had raised fears of recession, at which point Trump said talks were underway with China on tariffs and that he and Chinese President Xi Jinping had spoken. So one day at a time. You're probably the case, Pappy said. Trump needs to work out a deal where it doesn't look like Xi Jinping folded. Telling the press that he's talked with him, probably not the best idea. If indeed they had, and maybe that's why Xi is saying, no, we haven't had a conversation. All right, let's see. Daryl got you coming up. Pup is on board. Vic, I guess you found your charger, did you?
Well, it wasn't that I lost my charger. I plugged it up to the wrong charger. And when it hit that one level, it went on the battery save thing, and that was the end of that.
Boom.
So, that's what happened. So I had an old Barnes and Noble Nook here I'd used forever, and I wondered if it would charge up, and that charger doesn't work on my phone, so that's what happened. But real quick, what you were talking about there with all those tariffs in China and everything, the big deal with me was when Trump jumped to the tariffs, I think that the World Trade Organization had replaced the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT. And my point was that he needed to, was that Trump needed to use the more official change or whatever you want to say, the channels to protest a lot of this stuff, because China is definitely taking advantage of us, and they're actually using it to build their military. We all know that whole story. And, we were having Chinese coming across the open border, the southern border, and it's like, why? Why aren't they doing it to where we know that they're here? So there's so many issues there that he could have directly addressed with China without just getting into these reciprocal tariffs, and which to me seemed a little bit punitive. And it was one of his Trump's goals was to combat inflation. Well, if you're going to disrupt the supply chain, that's not going to help you very much in that way. And there are just so many different things that I just kind of used the wrong method to get to where he needed to get to. And the other thing that I was talking about was there, even in the Defense Department there with Hexas, all the different things that Hexas has to deal with. And I was looking at some of the contracts that they had let, and I had seen at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, they let a contract, and they finally decided on how to create essentially a P-ball for fighter pilots, and especially the women. And it was rather interesting reading that whole study about some of the things that they had to look at. But that's just some of the weird things that the Defense Department has to look at. And the other thing was with Hexas, remember his number one priority was to make sure that the Defense Department could pass an audit. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't really want to delve too much into that and look for the waste, fraud, and abuse and all of that. And I think a lot of people are keen on Hexas to hope that he doesn't find the waste, fraud, and abuse. And the other thing is the combat readiness. And the combat readiness, that gets into that whole transgender issue. And I know that whenever I was in the medical corps, back during the Vietnam War, if medical expenses got too expensive for one particular soldier, airman, Marine, whatever, they were given a medical discharge. And when you look at all the expenses that is around a transgender, I don't even see how that can be justified. And that's not to me, that's a combat readiness issue. That's not some sort of a social issue. The military's not there for a social experiment. And I don't know why people have a hard time getting that through their head, but they seem to. And then the other thing was the experience that they were talking about, the study about people, the LGBTQ community wanting to commit suicide. That study's been done many times, and they really don't need to do another study. They just need to go back and look at the old studies before the American Psychological Association said gender dysphoria was not a mental illness. And they all came up with the same thing. They have higher suicide rates, and I've forgotten all of it, but I do remember the suicide rate thing. And they just basically banned all those studies. So I really don't need any more studies. Just go back and look at the studies they did before. So that was the one thing I was talking about. But back with Hexas there in the Defense Department, if you remember, they have to decide what they're going to do over there in Ukraine and Russia. And if they're going to pull out or if they're going to supply any more arms or whatever. But before anything else goes on, somebody needs to go back and look and see what happened during the Obama administration. When Biden was in charge of Ukraine and Hillary was Secretary of State, they didn't like the pro-Russian president that the Ukrainians elected. So if you go back and look at that, you'll see where they arranged a whole lot of demonstrations and one thing or another. Basically drove that pro-Russian president out of office, and then they installed someone more to their choosing. And to me, I would say that if Trump wants to talk to Zelensky or Putin, he should say, why don't we just all, compare notes, declassify this stuff, and see how this all came about. And with the events today over there in Ukraine, a lot of the pro-Russian people in Ukraine, they're not very happy with Putin bombing them. So there in the Donbass and everything, Russia doesn't have near the support they had at one time. So hopefully they can get it shut down and start looking at everything, and where they'll look at all the different, I guess you would say, corruption that I think Biden shut down about that one prosecutor looking at stuff, and Trump got impeached over a couple of phone calls or whatever. I would say that if Trump would just go back and start looking at all that, he might shut down a lot of this, I guess you'd say, mischievous activity from the left. And the other thing is the states are going to have to help Trump. And I don't know, did you happen to see in Arkansas down there where they arrested that gang, that a foreign gang? I'll probably say the wrong one. I don't know if it was MS-13 or what gang, or Sinaloa or whatever. But their practice was to steal ATM machines. In Arkansas, I think it was about a week ago, they somehow uncovered all that and arrested a whole bunch of them, but they would just literally steal the whole ATM machine. And that was what they were doing. And I was thinking about all these different people that the judges and everybody else is trying to defend to keep into this country. How do you defend somebody going around with an organized gang stealing an ATM machine?
Right.
I don't know how you could justify that. So
wow.
So that's all I had, Steve.
All right, Vic. Thanks for dialing us back up there. Have a great week. It is the greatest day of the week. All right, 844-844-3388. See, the old boss, Daryl Parks. Yeah, we know, like, the broadcast biz, much like, are the autonomous trucks going to take the truck driving jobs? Is artificial intelligence going to take all the broadcasting jobs? Daryl says, don't say you didn't see it coming. For those who still actually have an actual broadcasting job. He shares the story of an Australian radio station facing some backlash after using an artificial intelligence-generated host for 6 months. And people thought they were actually listening to someone. Australian radio network CADA station, which broadcast in Sydney and on the iHeartRadio app, created a host called Thy, T-H-Y, using artificial intelligence software developed by the voice cloning firm 11 Labs. The Workdays with Phi show presented music for 4 hours a day, Monday to Friday. Did not mention on its website or promotional material that it was not a real person. If your day's looking a little blah, let Thigh and CADA be the energy and vibe to get your mood lifted. That was via the show's webpage. Thigh's true identity only emerged after a Sydney-based writer questioned whether Thigh was a real person. In a blog post earlier in the month, she writes, well, what's Thigh's last name? Who is she? Where did she come from? There's no biography. There's no further information about this woman who's supposedly presenting this show. Audio analysis of voice clips revealed the hosts sounded identical when saying the words old school across different shows. The project leaders subsequently acknowledged the use of artificial intelligence to create the voice of Thigh. writing in a since-deleted LinkedIn post that Thigh sounds real and has real fans, despite not being a real person. No microphone, no studio. It's all just code and vibes. An experiment by ARN and 11 Labs that's pushing the boundaries of what live radio even means. There are no regulations currently against the use of artificial intelligence to broadcast content, according to the Australian Communications and Media Authority. However, the Australian Radio Network was criticized for not disclosing the use of AI on one of their regular shows. They should have been upfront and completely honest, disclosing that this so-called host was artificial intelligence, according to the Australian Association of Voice Actors. People have been deceived into thinking it's a real person because there's no AI labeling. Exploring how new technology can support great content and improve its output. We've been trailing AI audio tools on CADA using the voice of Thigh, according to one of the team members there. This is a space being explored by broadcasters globally. While the trial has offered valuable insights, it's also reinforced the unique value that personalities bring to creating truly compelling content, they say. The idea, as Daryl said, it works on weekends, it'll work on holidays, you don't have to match a 401k contribution, it's free. Wow. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news break there, so hang in there, guys. We'll get back to the calls right after the news break there. The Education Secretary, Linda McMahon, appointed by President Trump, penned a scathing Wall Street Journal piece last week. She exposed the ways in which everyone but the students benefited from the student loan forgiveness policies of the Biden administration. Her piece, entitled "Accountability Returns to Student Loans," she pulled no punches, arguing that Biden's approach enriched the colleges while leaving the students in debt. She highlighted structural issues with student loans. Student loans must always be paid back because they are unlike other types of consumer loans. If a borrower stops paying their mortgage or their car payment, you'll go into foreclosure or you'll find your car repossessed. Student loans have no collateral. It's impossible to repossess a college degree. That's why they're very rarely discharged, even in bankruptcy. She called this the hard truth for borrowers, but she also turned her fire on the university, accusing them of exploiting the system. The colleges and the universities call themselves nonprofits, but for years they have profited massively off the federal subsidy of loans. Their practices of hiking tuition and piling up multi-billion-dollar endowments. Meanwhile, the students graduate 6 figures in the red. She said a study from 10 years ago said it found for every dollar of increased federal caps on subsidized loans, colleges raised tuition by 60 cents. Worthless degrees being offered by many of them. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine needs to happen soon. Rubio told NBC's Meet the Press that the U.S. may decide this week whether it will continue to mediate the peace process.
We have to make a determination about whether this is an endeavor that we want to continue to be involved in.
He went on to say that President Trump was helping bring the two sides closer than they've ever been, but there's still a ways to go. Rubio says the U.S. is reluctant to impose sanctions or other consequences on the parties involved because it could jeopardize the deal. The White House has requested the Supreme Court help with the administration's transgender military ban.
It requested the High Court lift an injunction which blocked the ban on openly transgender military service members. The White House says the injunction from the lower court usurps the authority of the president as commander-in-chief. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. On a Monday. Hello, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
I think Stryker's ready to go back to work.
I bet he is.
And
I saw the policeman chasing the people down the road there in Milwaukee. Stryker could have ended that chase in a heartbeat.
Yes, he could.
We finished up our Kiwanis pancake breakfast on Saturday. Must have been about the 71 Kiwanis breakfast over here in Fairfield.
Yeah.
And 75 years ago, my dad used to take me to Paragould, Arkansas Kiwanis when Aunt Jemima would come over from Memphis and fix the pancakes for us. And they were $1. And I noticed they were charging $8 for the tickets on Saturday.
Wow.
That sounds like inflation to me. Did you open your pool yet?
No, we're probably, I don't know. When's Labor Day? We got to get to.
Well, now Labor Day is when you close down.
Memorial Day. I'm sorry. When's Memorial Day? Yeah, if I wait till Labor Day, that's the end of the season, right? We're skipping the pool this year.
I would like to skip the grass, man. I'm having to mow twice a week over here.
I know what you mean. I just cut it last week before the rain came in, and I need to cut it again.
I'll tell you what, it grows this time of the year. I noticed my neighbors opened their pool over the weekend. I get to follow the pool closing and opening next door. I don't have one, but I get to observe the neighbors opening and closing theirs.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you go. I wanted to tell you that there's a lot of retired people enjoy your show. I used to have a 95-year-old lady that listened to you, and she talked about how much comfort she got out of listening to Steve Summers on the radio.
How about that? Well, thank you very much, Daryl. You have a great week. Thanks for chiming in, as always. There you go. See what Pup has going on. What's happening, Pup?
I don't know. I just sitting here listening to Daryl. I'd like to hear him. Stuff. So now we got hammered over the weekend. We had almost 2 inches of rain. Some of these newly planted fields are crud right now, but I'm in the boat with Pappy on those tariffs. Just hang in there. Trump knows what he's doing. And our freight has went down, but I don't think it's because of that. I think it's because of the Biden administration. Everything's starting to slow down a little bit. So we just got to hang in there. I remember when Reagan took over after Carter, how tough things were going and stuff.
Right.
It's probably going to get down to 2008 scenarios and stuff. But I could be wrong. I don't know. But on the upper hand side, if you watch the stock market when it goes down, and I got some money invested in cryptocurrency, and if the stock market goes down, crypto goes up. So I'm not sure what the link is on that.
I didn't realize I didn't think there was a correlation between those two. I thought crypto would kind of like follow the stock market. That's not the case?
No, not with the ones I'm invested in. No. It seems like when the stock market goes down, they go up. So, and Steve, I'll tell you what, they're in Cincinnati. If you have hazmat, you got to go around the town because they don't want you to go across that bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to feel all that safe with Pappy being off work.
Are you afraid he's going to let the hazmat roll through?
No, I just giving Pappy some raspberries there. So no, I think not to go against Vic, but I think he just ought to hold on to his rumors a little bit. Mr. Trump knows what he's doing, so.
Okay.
I honestly believe that, so. All right, well, keep up a good show, Steve.
Hey, Pup, thank you for checking in. Have a great morning, have a great week, all that good stuff. There you go. Well, speaking of bridges, you've got the William Preston Lane Jr. Memorial Bridge, the Bay Bridge. That was among the 60-plus bridges across the country to have an unknown risk of collapse. According to the National Transportation Safety Board report, the Maryland transportation officials responded with a Monday of last week letter to the NTSB saying the Bay Bridge has been inspected annually for more than 30 years and was found to be in safe, satisfactory condition. We are committed to ensuring the safety of the traveling public and the structural safety of its transportation infrastructure. Now, the Maryland Transportation Authority added that more than $175 million has been invested in Bay Bridge safety and security infrastructure, while the current design and condition of its pier protection complies with the federal permit. Bridges that comply with their federal permit throughout the U.S. do not require modification, and that is the case for the Bay Bridge, they said. A $160 million project to evaluate and study bridge protection at the Bay Bridge was initiated by the authority last spring. Analysis of both bridge spans, built in 1952 and 1973, respectively, was conducted in accordance with the Federal Highway Administration and transportation officials' guidelines. They opted to apply the industry standard vessel collision risk assessment methods for the evaluation of the vessel collision risk. Findings from that study will contribute to the comprehensive analysis of safety risks associated with the regional highway network. And I guess a lot of this was all in part of the Francis Scott Key Bridge coming down. They're checking the condition of bridges around the country. What's going on, Hippopotamus?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, so the Bay Bridge there, they've actually been doing a lot of update and the lane replacement. Actually, they're actually replacing on the older structure. You said the original one was 1952.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually taking out sections of roadway between guardrail to guardrail. So they're taking, because there's two lanes in the same, they run usually in the same direction. they're lifting these out that are probably 20 or 30 feet wide with a crane from the water surface, and they're lifting out this section of bridge deck, and they're actually putting a wider section back in place of it. And that's part of they're doing this overnight, one section at a time. It's pretty amazing thing to watch. But anyway, so yeah, they have been doing a lot of upgrades and maintenance, and I think they do have a pretty good handle on what the risk assessment is for that bridge. So I don't think anybody ever planned on anything, like what happened at the Key Bridge ever happening, but I think you have a better idea of what they have to be aware of now.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how it all goes, and hopefully all the ships just stay straight and true and just go where they go through. And anyways, so I was listening to Braindead there giving his little NASCAR report, and I actually watched a little bit of the race yesterday and saw a lot of three-wide racing and didn't really see the big one. Was there ever a big one in the race yesterday?
I don't think there was. I mean, there were a couple of smaller incidents, but not a. Did not see the big one. Most of the cars were still in the field at the end,
and probably on the lead lap. But so anyways, he said that the driver that won the race got disqualified or something. Was that what I heard?
Not the one that not the winner.
One of them?
Yeah, there were two disqualifications,
Okay.
but it wasn't the winner.
Okay. So here's the question I'm going to ask you now, because the winner does all this celebrating and stuff, and if for some reason there's an infraction with his car or something and he isn't able to be the winner of the race, is it right that he did all the celebrating even though he was in violation, and then the person that did end up being the winner of the race in that case would not have been able to celebrate? I mean, is it like going into the the end zone with a touchdown and doing the big celebratory dance that they all get fined for now?
And just get called back.
Just get called. So anyways, if you're the winner of the race, and on Sunday you do all the celebrating, and then you find out Sunday night or Monday morning that you aren't the winner of the race, and then the other guy, well, they just canned him the trophy, but he doesn't get to celebrate with it. So maybe they need to do the celebration stuff the following week at the next racetrack. So
okay.
So I guess you have to have an old
sure
set
it's
of tires,
official. Hey,
an old set-
there have
Just
been
the correct
winners
winner.
disqualified. That's happened before.
Yep. So maybe you have to have an old set of tires with you, so that if you actually are the winner from the previous week, you can go out and do all your burnouts before the race, or maybe at the end of that race, or whichever one, to celebrate the race winning from the previous week. I don't know. Maybe it's a consideration. Maybe NASCAR be something NASCAR could look into. But anyways, hey, on all seriousness, here, can you is all seriousness is that a real word?
I don't think
Did
so.
I make that up?
I think
Can you by chance define insider trading?
Oh,
I mean,
purchasing or selling stocks, knowing information that I guess the general public would not be aware of, as far as possible a lawsuit or a settlement, or any information you're going to have about if somebody's going to make a big government approval, say for some sort of a pharmaceutical stock. If you know as a Congress member that, hey, this vote's going to be tomorrow, and you buy a bunch of that stock because the price of that pharmaceutical company is going to go up, that's insider trading.
Okay, so like if somebody was a House of Representative member and went home to San Francisco and over dinner with her husband,
Yes.
who's a big stock person, told him to buy this stock because Monday something great's going to happen. Okay, so when President Trump gets on the microphone and tells the whole world today would be a good day to buy stock, do you think that would be considered insider trading?
Some had suggested that he needed to be investigated for that little statement.
How does that? How can that even be a consideration? Who can make this stuff up? I mean, I can understand when somebody goes home from Congress and whispers to their husband or their brother-in-law or makes a phone call up to Wall Street and says, "Hey, it's going to be a good day on Monday. You might want to, put a lot of money into something." But when somebody makes the outright statement and tells the whole world, "Hey, stocks are low. You should buy them now because they're low." Isn't that whatever we've always said? Buy low, sell high, make money. Huh? How? I don't know. You can't make this up, Your Honor. I guess we're going back to Adam Schiff, and I think he was the one that started making that noise about that, wasn't he?
I believe so. Yeah.
But yeah. Anyways, but hey, if they had the ability to impeach, boy, they'd be out there rallying the wagons to get them all circled up to be able to do that, I guess. But anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there, and thank you for the definition there. We greatly appreciate it.
I hope that was an accurate depiction. I mean, that's the best of my knowledge. When Trump made that statement, with the whole, he was going to pause the tariffs, but he hadn't told the world, the 90-day pause. But is it insider information if he tells everybody? Everybody got the same message. It wasn't like an encrypted message. It's not like he told just his inner circle of friends and family. He kind of broadcast it via the media. But it was not the first place finisher there. It was, I think, the second place finisher. That's Priest's number 60 RFK Racing Ford. After taking the checkered flag in what was initially a career best second place finish, half a car length behind Austin Cindric's number 2 Team Penske, discovered unapproved shims in the rear spoiler area. Also, Joey Logano had driven the number 22 Ford to an apparent fifth-place finish, a result that would have been his first top 5 result of the season. Officials, however, found the number 22 to be in violation of Section 1458E, which covers spoiler braces that are used at superspeedway events. I guess all fasteners must be securely fastened at all times during an event. The number 22 was disqualified following that post-race inspection. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, one final footnote in regards to cargo theft. The United States is facing a unique and concerning pattern when it comes to cargo theft. According to the latest report, TT Club is a London-based global logistics insurer. Recently released their 2024 cargo theft report, which the company says offers some strategic analysis of the global cargo theft data to uncover criminal activity and emerging threats to the supply chain. According to the report, the United States accounts for 11% of total cargo theft worldwide, behind only Brazil at 23% and Mexico at 13%. While those numbers should come as no surprise given the record amount of freight theft over the past 3 years. The company said there is a unique and concerning pattern for cargo theft in the U.S. when compared to other parts of the world. The main component to that pattern is the prevalence of what they call strategic theft. Things like double brokering and other fraud schemes, which accounts for roughly 18% of all reported cargo theft in the United States. These are characterized by the use of deception and advanced technological expertise, enabling the criminals to execute highly coordinated schemes. High-value goods, electronics, apparel, pharmaceuticals, are particularly vulnerable as organized crime groups continue to evolve their methods to exploit the supply chain vulnerabilities. The group also cites heightened technology vulnerabilities and insider involvement of factors driving strategic cargo theft in the United States. These factors provide the criminals access to sensitive information, allowing them to more effectively target the high-value loads. Big topic in the country and will continue to be as those schemes grow more advanced every day. With that, we have to say farewell here on a Monday morning. Have a great day. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight. Hope you'll join us for our next edition, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.